everybody, welcome back to Wampleville. We've got another FDM printed bust here. This was done with the Eldritch Foundry. Same stuff that I've been using to sculpt the Wapilia Spellbrush figures, like this one right here. So we're going to try to match that to the references best as we can. See what we're going to do with that. Now here's another version, so it's going to same thing in the plinth and the base for the plinth are actually all also done with the Eldritch Foundry. See a little bit of a different pose right there. This one's done in resin. Hey there, Landras. So the bolter casing was looking real good. Let me. Oh, is this actually? Oh, this might just do it here. Well, I mean, it's not quite the same thing. So down here, Landras, that's what I was talking about, where it's a little bit lighter, right down in this bottom portion of that bolter casing right there. And usually we'll take like the radiant green and mix it with that because you get kind of a, well, sort of like a bluish gray, basically. Now we are going to start off with a little bit of this, I almost said Indian yellow. No, that is the Naples yellow. We're going to mix that with our Terra Rosa here to get some skin tones underway. So great to see you there, Landrast. Yeah, we'll just, and we're going to do, a little bit of dry brushing first, then maybe a little bit of glaze stuff next, like you do. Hey there, geez, Pikmin. Wow, actually, oh no, it's next week is LVO, right, Pikmin? Sorry about that. I was like, wait a minute, you're tuning in during LVO. Sorry about that, Pikmin. Actually, Pick, if wait a little bit, Pick, before you share anything. Yeah, wait till there's some more folks. I'll give you the high sign, Pikmin, when there's some more folks there to check out your stuff. But yeah, I was thinking like, man, you're already at LVO there. Nice to see you there, Peace Talker. Now, Peace Talker, I don't know, did you see last night's stream? A little bit different. So that's what we painted on last night's stream. So safe travels there, Pick. Let's see. Is that going to be like 18 to 21 hours there to get there? Oh no, wait, never mind. Sorry, I'm thinking. I was thinking Nova Open, Pikmin. Sorry about that. Yeah, wrong. Did that a little bit wrong, didn't I? So yeah, this was last night's stream right here again. This was the painting that I did when I was 13, and we decided to say, you know what? Let's take that horizontal composition, make it or that vertical, like let's make it horizontal like this one and fill out the rest. Okay, so it's still not that's not exactly a short hop, but yeah, I was thinking all the way to Washington. I'm like, man, it's maybe not cross country, but it's close enough. It's 2/3 country. But again, safe travels, all that good stuff. And again, wait, well, actually, there might be enough people pretty soon, actually, Pikmin. And, maybe in the next 5 minutes or so, if you feel like you want to share some stuffs there, go ahead and do that. Yeah, this is the. I mean, it's not. It's definitely not brilliant yellow pale, but this Naples yellow. You got this too, right, Landrast? The Naples yellow, I think so. And again, this is a this is one of those FDM style busts. So Peace Talker, actually, well, Peace Talker, there's something you wanted to share in the chat. Please go ahead. Great to see you again, Peace Talker. Get this side. Let's get some stuffs up here. Like you do. Need some of that over here too. Let's refresh. Let's refresh that. We got to get down under there too. Well, we're gonna be doing our glazy stuff, so let's not go too bonkers with that. Here's our Mars Yellow Deep, which we are gonna combo, I think, with a little bit of the Van Dyke Brown. Yeah, Peace Talker. That's when everybody else's hours are not our own, it gets difficult, right? It gets very difficult. So good morning there, Peace Talker. Gonna keep rolling with this. Again, this is printed out in FDM here, and this is I almost said it's one of the Nerixon busts, but I have another version where we use the Nerixon plinth, and that it's right here. So here's an even bigger one, and that's with the that's with the Nerixon plinth. And I was thinking of maybe doing that one in a tutorial video, possibly a tutorial video series. I don't know. We'll see how that rolls. Actually, it kind of depends on how this plays out too. Give me some of this and some of that. A little more of that Mars yellow deep. There we go. So yeah, Pikmin, there's some more folks in the chat there that if you wanted to share anything. So Landrest, hopefully seeing that was a little bit helpful there. I was hoping that you were going to be able to hang out tonight, because I thought, well, instead of me trying to send a picture to you and stuff, I mean, it's way easier just doing that, right? Where's it's like, where'd my Banduck Brown go? Where's that hiding? Come on, more of that. There. Just want to make sure it's not going to pop off of there. It's hot glued on there. It should be on there pretty good. That's good, Landrast. That's kind of a relief. Again, I know sometimes it's a little bit tough to convey miniature painting stuff just in a regular message or whatever. So everybody check out the Pikmin Horror message. Oh, and everybody please give Pikmin Horror a follow, because well, obviously you're going to be streaming. Well, you won't be streaming until you get back, I would guess. I'm never going to say assume, because we all know what the first three letters in assume are. So we never assume anything, because that literally is the epitome. I think we'll roll with this here. Now, I was going to do like green down here, and I was going to do some Rohan symbology on the base there. Because reasons, or raisins, either way. And again, this was done with Eldritch Foundry here. You can do miniatures, busts, you can do really just a tremendous amount of stuff. It's pretty shocking. And I keep finding more and more and more tools here. Where are we at here? Yeah, let's get the... There's nothing... Okay, the back is just going to be black, so fine. Oh, that's fantastic there. Everybody please check out what Peace Talker also just shared. And again, please give Pikmin Studios a follow there. Pikmin Horror a follow, sorry. Lighten you up a little bit there. Again, we already got color in this. We got violet in here. We got some of our skinny tones in there. We got some of the hair tones in there. We got all kinds of tones. Trying to set the tone for this here. Now, I'll just grab somebody as full tone. That'll go here. And I think we'll try to maybe do a little bit of wood grain such and such here, maybe. Or we go black with that. Let's try to do some wood grain maybe with us here. Hey there, Lord Dave. Well, Lord Dave, at least you know that most likely in the middle of the night for you and me, most likely that's when I'll be streaming, right? So great to see you again there, Lord Dave. Actually, Lord Dave, that Suno thing, that is such a more powerful tool because it works so well with the GPT at the same time. It is just tremendous. I just it's amazing, and that's I haven't done any alterations with it. I've literally just taken stuff from GPT, brought it in there, and it does amazing stuff with it. Now again, this may change to something more of a black, but for right now, I'm just gonna at least do that. And then down here, this is where we're gonna get to potentially something that's more towards the green. Let me grab this and some of you. Stoke this in here. Maybe a little bit of thinner into that. So again, everybody check out the link that Peace Talker just posted. And of course, Lord Dave, if you want to share anything in the chat, like always, please go ahead. Yeah, Lord Dave, you're becoming a denizen of the night like me. Well, you've heard Surface Tension and I talk about that giant death orb in the sky and how unpleasant that thing is. And the great job that the Welsh Landic Space Agency does to control that. Okay. What I might actually do here... Let me try something here early on. Let's just do this early on, get this out the way. And of course, we have already had massive damage within the top 10 in college football. I mean, we still got 27 minutes to Saturday, and already it's been an incredible college football Saturday. It is just, it's unbelievable the mass destruction amongst the ranked teams already, and I have a feeling there's going to be a bunch more tomorrow. Lord Dave, now which one are you using there? And again, I was very, very fortunate that Suno had that nice deal. So it just the depth of what it does now, and again, that's using getting all the musical annotations in. I got a couple more to send you there, Lord Dave. I have one for the Black Ships of Actually, I've got you. I have to send you 3 different ones for the Black Ships of Umbar. And you can kind of tell because at first I was like, well, gee whiz, I only need one version of these things, and then I realized, well, no, I probably will be doing multiple army showcase vids for each army. So having a different flavor for each one might be really good. Now I thought I had this killed off. Let's do this here. There we go. All right, let me get my references back up here too. So yeah, I'm just gonna hit this stuff with the black now because you can see that has an impact, right, visually. And I also need to know, okay, do I continue with the kind of the wood texture on this thing? Or do we just scrap that and go with something more like black or whatever, like what we're doing now? Boy, this is a big base right here. That is very, very, very large. Just continue all the way along here. Continue all the way over to the other side of the nameplate here. And we are good. Yes, all good, all good. Where's that? There's that jar. This is not our blackest black stuff here. This is kind of the precursor to it. Now, I do have to clean this thing real quick here because, well, this is acrylic stuff. I have somewhere over here that, in addition to water, it also has a support in there. Now, as that kind of settles a bit, so I think I might have sent you a picture of these Landrasts. This is what we'll be doing tomorrow. These are some Trench Crusade figs that I got, and I was thinking of maybe doing them tonight, but I thought, well, let's save that for tomorrow here. Now, let's start getting back into the, here, let's move this up maybe a smidge, Ola, here. More. There we go. Needs something for here we go. Let's get some other tones in here besides those tones. Something that's got a little bit more of almost like a magenta-ness to it here. That's going to go here. A little bit there, a little bit there, a little bit there. Now we're going to get ourselves a little bit of the green into that. Not that much. There we go. I think now we got, here we go. A little more. A little more of this. We're talking. So again, everybody check out the link that Pikmin shared. Everybody check out the link that Peace Talker shared. And again, Lord Dave, if you want to share something, please feel like you can do that too. Not up there. More of our darker skin tone. Here. Alright, we'll get that stuff out of that brush there. Nice to see you there, Camda. Everybody, please give Camda Paints a follow. And of course, Camda, if you want to share something in the chat there, as always, please go ahead and do that. Now, look at this. We're doing our blendy brush thing here. It's just a brush, craft brush, no paint. Well, it's got paint on it now. Come on, get down in there. Alright, so you can see we're starting to spread around some of those shadow type colors. Just trying to get all the stuffs out of that brush. We got it out of there. And now let's grab a touch of you. And now we're going to try to really block in some lighter stuff, which then we'll take a brush to blend that too. Same deal. All of a sudden, what looked like kind of a mid-tone or shadowy mid-tone starts to look a little bit more like a shadow. As we drop this in, you can see it's already basically blended on its own. Everybody check out the Instagram link that Cammed Up Paints just shared. And everybody again, please give Camda Paints a follow. If you could, that'd be fabulous. Sorry I didn't get a chance to watch your VOD there, Camda. I was desperately trying to film some stuff after the stream last night. Back to this again. Later here, later there, later here. So Camda's going to be streaming in a little less than 9 hours. So that is fantastic. Again, everybody please give Camda Paints a follow. What do we got here? More of this. Again, this is not as light as we can go. We can go lighter than this. Again, you can see that's already kind of mixing on its own. More of that up here. Okay, a little touch of thinner. Take some of the paint out of this thing again. See what we can do. Just get a little bit of this, almost kind of like a purplish gray in the eyes now. So that has time to set. This is mostly the Alkids, but I did throw out actual Terra Rosa and an actual Mars Yellow Deep. Lighter still. Now we gotta start getting some thinner into this. See that? That much lighter. Actually, I'm gonna zoom in here while we're doing this. We know that's got to be lighter. You know what? I'll take you and try to spread you out also over the nostrils. Yeah, hopefully you're starting to get nice and sleepy there, Lord Dave. Getting ready to go back to sleep there. I'll try to keep things nice and mellow, even though things are spicy on the college gridiron, because again, TCU had everything going their way, but now they trail very late in the fourth quarter to the Sun Devils. Then we're gonna do some darker stuff on the lips too. We need to get some of that color or some of the light over there as well. Where's me? Some of me violet there. Hey Sarge, how you doing? Great to see you there, Sarge. I hope everything's been going reasonably well post Reapercon there. So great to see you there, Sarge. So Sarge, yeah, I did take in one of the tomatoes today. It's mostly yellow. I just wanted to take it in and see can it actually do some ripening here in the house? More so for when things start to get a bit colder. So yeah, I'm not going to do any freehand over there. I just stuck my hand on that. So great to see you there, Sarge. And as always, Sarge, if you want to share something in the chat, please go ahead and do that. More of our shadow down here. Lower lip too. So, Sarge, this is one of those Eldritch Foundry scopes. Oh, and here's Sarge. This is, I think, did I send you this picture last night? This is what we did on the stream last night for Flat Thursday, right, Valfira? How you doing? So, Valfira, we've already got major upsets, like some colossal upsets already, and it's still technically not Saturday yet. We've already had both ranked teams that played today have both lost. Two unranked teams, no less. That's how we roll here nowadays, right, Valfira? And again, Sarge, if you want to share anything in the chat, please feel like you can do that too. And as always, great to see you there, Valfira. So yeah, they don't just have a Friday game now, Valfira. They have 2 Friday games. So Florida State already lost to Virginia in double overtime. And now the Horned Frogs are just about to go down to Arizona State. Did I not say, Valfira, that on the Wampleville Sports Network we cover the news before it is news? All right, we said so. We said so on air last night. Let me get rid of this. That don't go there. So, yep, that is official. That is now a final. Yes, indeed. Horned Frogs go down hard. They were up 17-0. They were up 7 most of the fourth quarter. And they still managed to lose that game. Now we're starting to get some of the, not just lighter stuff on the lower lip, but also more of the core that we would want there. And then we'll stop, fooling around with this in a bit. Then we'll work on things like the hair. Now again, down here I was going to put that Rohan symbol. It's going to try and do wood over here, but we're going to try and do all of this first before we do any screwing around down here. Yeah, we're going to try to do all this stuff here first for obvious reasons. I'm going to try to lighten up you more for sure here. And then for a little bit, we just have to kind of step away from this part of the bust. Don't want to be hasty, right, Camda? Don't be a hasty hobbit. Camda, I was thinking when I do that chat point reward for the hasty hobbit thing, I was thinking we would just probably make it like a hobbit door, because that would show up easier as the tiny little graphic than something more complicated. So don't be well, I'll let you know when that's in the chat there. So again, great to see you there, Valfira. Hopefully no migraines today. Or, they're going away. Something along those lines. Just in general, feeling a little bit better than you did yesterday. So again, that is right quick that we got that going now. That's just, I don't know. I really don't want to do too much here because I'll probably be sticking my hand on this anyways. Yeah, Valfira, the way I'm seeing it, nobody's good. Pretty much everybody stinks. It's just some teams stink less than others. I think that's the environment that we're in. It's kind of like the NFL. Everybody pretty much stinks. It's just some teams are not as bad as others. I mean, there was a time where you had teams that were just clearly better, but those days they're kind of gone. Again, any wood texture or anything like that, we are not doing that right now. We're going to wait on that for sure. Valfira, I'm not going to jinx anything by saying, right? If I say anything about that, that is a guaranteed jinx. So I'm keeping my mouth shut about that. We don't need the door to close on the doors, right? No, sir. We want to keep the door open for the doors. Now, this is kind of like a semi-glaze here. It's not super glazy, but it just is more thinner in it, and you can see how it flows easier right there. You gotta win the games, right, Valfira? None of this, well, they played so-and-so, or they almost did this, or almost did that. If you can't do the thing, then you don't get the thing. That's just how it goes. There we are. Make that a little darker too, and then we're going to go on the other side of this here and make things lighter. So Peace Stalker, there was unfortunately no way to adjust that. I thought there was. Also, too, can't do the cleft there, so I would have to add that, and that's why we got multiples of these, because I was actually going to try to show how to that. Of course, this one shows it's a little bit different on this one. So there are two different ones here, and this one has a little bit more of the joint on that one. Gonna move this. There we go. Now this has again more the thinner in it. More thinner in this, so this is gonna flow better right here. So again, this was done with the Eldritch Foundry, which has a lot of incredible controls in there. Well, they're adding stuff all the time. So again, you get just like the shadow portion, right? That this kind of flows relatively easy, right? Because we've got the thinner in there. Now we're going to get a little bit of the Indian yellow, a little bit of our Naples yellow in there. And then we'll start doing this, and that also has, again, a little bit more thinner in there. And you can see that sort of mix as we do this, it does some mixing along the way. Now, Lord Dave, do you remember the Candish army that I was working on? We nicknamed it the We Three Kings Army because there's no named, at least in the army itself, there's no named characters. So the army actually has 3 different kings, and basically they're leading 3 different clans. And I think, I'm pretty sure I sent you pictures of the different, what the different ones look like. Each one kind of has its own symbol. Obviously the one common element in there is the Eye of Sauron motif, which is why you have 3 kings, 1 master. There we are, hit that too. So Armored Wolf, did they come to, I guess they haven't come to get that cat yet. That is definitely sounding like something that would probably rip your eyes out if it could. There. So that certainly changes around everything with the hair. And again, with the eyebrows, you can only do, again, so much. It's a powerful tool. Now, if you really want to do something, exactly like what you want, you kind of go, you use it more as a sculpting dolly, which apparently Reaper still makes. I guess both, actually 3 kinds of sculpting dollies now. The advanced one, well, the regular one, the advanced one, and then like a 3rd one. So yeah, Valfira, I think the SCC is going to be wide open because I just don't think Texas is very good, and I don't see Horns fan in the chat here. So I think that I know that they are definitely a top 10 team, but then so was Florida State. So was Florida. So was Alabama. So was Notre Dame twice, right, Valfira? And we see just how much that mattered. And then, well, now that Florida State went down, if they also lose to Miami, that pretty much makes them toast. That does need to be a little lighter there, okay? Now, let me see if we can't lighten up on the cheekbones even a little bit. Let's do a little bit of dark. Let's try to go a touch lighter here. We got this. I think this actually has to also be a little bit thicker. We've kind of turned that into almost like a filbert type brush again. And then we'll have to let that stuff set on there. We can't even start doing our moving around of the paint right away. We've got to really let that set there. Where's my... here it is. There's the lip color. We want to try to get that lighter too. A little lighter on the shoulders now. A little something more on the neck here. And let's go more to the right. Nope. This. Goes down in there. want to get too much of this where it should be in shadow. Hey there, recoil. So recoil, I I don't know if you could say it kind of ignored what I said, but it did for the first time add modern instruments when I said no modern instruments, but it actually did. It did something neat. I'll send you a bunch of stuff, but recoil, you saw those annotations, right? I'm able to use like hyper detailed annotations recoil from GPT, and all of a sudden these songs have like tons of depth to them on basically the first try. So great to see you there, recoil. But man, recoil, I'm telling you, that's a very powerful combination. So hopefully everything's going okay with Moment Squeak and such. So great to see you there, recoil. I know there's a bit of grogginess involved. Now we gotta figure which way are we gonna be having her looking here. All right, what's going on with this here? Oh, okay, that's just to color that brush. All right. No problem there, Rico. I won't hit you with too many questions just yet. We'll wait a little bit. Okay, that one is not the one I'm looking. That's the one I'm looking for. That's great, recoil. Is good. So it's not going to be like that crazy 100-point loss then that St. Kilda had. So what, 10 something? So it's been going for about a half an hour, right, recoil? Okay, that's not what we're looking for. I'm just looking. Okay, there we go. Now I got it. So end of the first quarter, and there's only 15-12. So there's your Aussie Rules Grand Final. So recoil, we've had some epic upsets here already in college football, and it's not even Saturday yet. So at the Melbourne Cricket Grounds, it looks like some inaccuracy from Brisbane there. Recoil. I'm seeing six behinds there. That speaks to maybe a little bit of inaccuracy. So I guess they're getting their chances inside 50. I'm not sure I've ever seen that many behinds but at just one quarter there, recoil. Now, of course, I don't know. Is it all windy and stuff there, or is it just kind of what is your weather conditions like? As we ask our sideline reporter there at the Melbourne Cricket Grounds. What are the on-field conditions? Let me try to get a little bit of just a touch of shadow, something there. All right, let me get my reference back up here. Again, there we are. We need some of this, a little bit of you. We'll try this color right here. So appreciate the update there, recoil. going to try to get that a little bit more of a blue there, maybe. Now we need break this. Yeah, here, let me just get some more thinner into that just to leave it there so that it stays broken down. Hit this one now. And again, for tomorrow's stream, we've got 4 of these all prepped and ready to go. So it's back to the crusade again, back to Trench Crusade. Obviously, a little bit of rust and corrosion's going to be happening there on those. Like you do at Trench Crusade. Let me snap in a little bit. There we go. Not necessarily our lightest up, but a little more, at least mid-tone light up in there. It's very shocking, right, Arda Michael? It is truly shocking that there is. It's kind of like gambling at a casino, right, Arda Michael? It is very shocking to see such things. How you doing there, Grant Oracle? Thanks for sending the link there, Grant Oracle. I'll see if I can snag those files this week, Grant Oracle, and then we'll see just what might be the best way to approach using those. So thanks, Grant Oracle, for sending that. And of course, Arda Michael, if you want to send, show any links or anything like that, please go ahead. Now let's get some lighter. Here, let me take that. More of the green. Nope. More of that. Then some of our blue here, kind of a light grayish color there that's got a little bit of a greenish tinge. Like so. So yeah, because I remember there's been a couple of times recoil. I don't know if it was for finals games, but I've seen it usually be sunny. But there's been days where it was definitely not necessarily what you would say ideal footy weather for sure. But this one seems like it. I don't know if there must be some early jitters if you're kicking 6 behinds, right? Right, recoil. Now, of course, so recoil. This is the. I think when a player kicks it behind and misses an easy shot there, recoil. This is what he sees behind the goalposts. Yeah, that's what he sees. Are we gonna have to have the footy monster, the 50-meter monster there, recoil? For Aussie rules, where he's ripping down the goalpost there, but he's dressed like a line judge there, or a goalie judge. So that's the autocorrect monster. Should you have your post unjustly modified by the autocorrect monster, as you can see, you can expose him to the light of day instead of just letting him roam free and do whatever he wants. So everybody, again, check out that link that Arta Michael just posted. So Camden, if you mean on the palette, this is your palette. That's and it varies very great. You can see that sometimes we take like the blending brush, right, where it's just there's got no paint in it. Sometimes we use, remember the loaded blending brush, Camda, we use that. And then there's times, and I've already done it on here, where the paint is wet enough that just as I do the brush strokes, I don't even need to break out the blending brush. It just does its own thing by itself. So I think that's a thing, Rico. I'm gonna say that's a thing. The 50-meter monster. I'm not sure what he would look like. I guess you know what, Rico? I just visualize him looking like the old-fashioned refs with those stupid hats and those coats. I don't know when they ditched those recoil for the baseball hats and the kind of more sports type clothes. But yeah, those were some pretty silly looking outfits. I'm just guessing. I'm going to say that that's what the 50-meter monster looks like. That guy dressed up in one of those outfits. I mean, I'm thinking they probably ditched those in the 90s, maybe the late 80s or something. Those crazy little hats. And of course, this discussion on Aussie rules referee fashion is brought to you by the Wappleville Sports Network, where, of course, we report the news before it is news. Because that's critical, right? Is the fashion sense of the officials. Yeah. Speaking of officials, I don't know. Did you see last night in the game, Velfera, where the Seahawks player got called for a critical holding penalty in the end zone? And as he was walking by the ref, just as he was about to announce the penalty to the crowd and to the millions of people watching on TV, the guy going by, let's just say he's being vocal. And the ref sees him at the last second, turns off his mic, and then it's probably on YouTube, Velfera. He just tracks him with his eyes. And they said that's like, he was like the dad, and he was staring down the teenage son or whatever who just walked by him and kind of gave him some what for. Yeah, you should go check that out. That was pretty hilarious. And then you could see him, let's just say, call to that player and get him over there for a little discussion. Now we're going to darken this. So here's another. This is, I guess you would say, a more traditional kind of plop and push method here, Camda. Now here, since that's been sitting there for a while, I know that it's set. Right, so we can do that. And then we'll take ourselves some kind of blendy brush here. I mean, that's kind of like the, as they might say, bog standard way of doing it, right, Camda? Look at this. Here, we're just going to take that, push that around. So again, that is one way of blending, and then you saw some of the other stuff that we were doing here right now. Oh, and by the way, we've only been working on this for an hour. And of course, Camda, again, here on the palette, you can see there's not a whole lot of mixing because, well, right, we're going to be doing it over here. I mean, ideally, all kidding aside, Camda, that is, over here is where we want to do that mixing, right? So it looks like we're about 6.5 minutes into the second quarter now. It looks, well, it looks like, well, it's kind of like in football, right, Valfair, if one team is scoring touchdowns and the other team is scoring kicking field goals, somebody's going to come up short, and I think we know which team it's going to be. So Camda, again, most of the times, whatever I'm doing on the palette is I'm thinking here, as in on the figure. Because, I mean, you've seen it a bunch of times, right, Camda? The color literally changes as you put it on the figure. Now, see, we got our little lights in the eyes. Actually, you know what? I think, do we have another zoom here? Or we already, now I think we're zoomed in as we can be. So Camda, I like sometimes we go super heavy. It's going to be very situational. Situational is the word. Sometimes we're going really, really, really heavy straight away to try and get that to that color right off the bat. And then there's other times where it is a little more gradual. It also kind of depends on the method, whether it's a pre-glaze Camda or whether it's the darker glazy stuff. That obviously that's going to have a bit of an impact, right? And even the surface that you're working on, right? Like this is an FDM printed bust here. That would handle different than, say, your resin printed busts. And if this was a plastic whatever figure, that would also play out differently. Yeah, it's well, looks like the inaccuracy issues. I see 2 goals for the kit. Well, I was gonna say for the kitties, but that wouldn't be terribly clear, right? Recoil. This is the Geelong Cats versus their Brisbane Lions. So Camda, yeah, that is. We just call this the color storage device. Yeah, the palette's really secondary when it comes to the whole paint mixing thing. Yeah, the palette's just kind of where we store the paint. Here's where we're really going to be doing all the actual mixing. I mean, there's some. The other thing, Camda, I would say the palette's really critical for is here we go, Camda. It's more about the consistency than it is about the color. Ooh, there's a catchphrase, Camda. Does that have to be a Book of Wapple saying that the mixing on the palette is more about the consistency than it is about the color? Because it kind of is. So Camda, I don't know if that's kind of a little bit of a fun insight for you there. That little catchphrase. But that's kind of what we're talking about. Because, well, we always talk about thin over thick and vice versa, right, Camda? Well, where's that's going to happen? That's going to happen on the palette. So yeah, Camda, we might have created ourselves a new chapter for the Book of Wapple. We just have to get that broken down into something that is very easy to show on just on a really small page. Now I'm gonna. Oh wait, okay. I thought we had something darker there. Ooh, you know what? Fine. Grab me some of the asphaltum. So again, that is, we did a little bit of mixing in the palette, but the primary mixing happens over here for sure. That's good, Camda. I'm glad about that. Let me try to tighten this up over here. So again, I appreciate the link there, Grand Oracle. I haven't printed I haven't printed anything in resin like, I don't know, in a week or something like that. Between the Chidu box stuff and then just the printers themselves acting weird. The focus has been on the other printers. Well, the other printer, as in the bamboo. Now here again, this is another example of less mixing on the palette, more mixing here. The the true. This is the one true palette, right, Camda? The miniature. Maybe that should be our Book of Wapple chapter there, Camda. The miniature is the one true palette. So yeah, very, very, very helpful there, Grant Oracle, because I'm pretty sure that I think I got to sleep at 10:20 in the morning or something like that. We keep setting new records for later sleeping times. So now we're starting to add some shadowy things in the hair, and again, mostly in the form of blending on the figure and less on the palette. Now again, we want to put that all that we want to do wood grain here. We want to do the stuff down here. Get that kind of a Rohan shield imagery there. But before we do any of that stuff, we basically have to have this either mostly wrapped up or entirely wrapped up first. So that's why you're not seeing a whole bunch of stuff here, because we can do this without messing with that. Camda, that'll just pretty much come with the more that you're doing, the less of it you're going to do. Right? The more you're painting it, you'll find that efficiency. And I'm trying to remember that it's kind of relatively recent that you've been here, so I'm trying not to use nomenclature that we came up with years ago. But that painting efficiency, that is definitely one of those things that we talked about, especially early on when we were starting to discover these different methods, Camda, like the non-pre-glaze method. Now, even the pre-glaze method changed massively. It literally used to just be one color. It didn't matter if we were doing object source lighting, if it was a pink elephant or whatever is a space wolf. It did not matter. It was all the same. On Camda, that's going to kind of be the case. I don't want to say in perpetuity, but actually Camda, here's the thing, Camda, when it's not, that's when you know you're kind of doing the same things over and over again and not necessarily pushing the envelope. Oh, there you go, Camda. Yep, you'll know all of a sudden it's like, maybe we're not really pushing that envelope anymore because this all kind of seems a wee bit rote and easy. You can see we're trying to scare up some more. Again, look at this. I didn't even bother grabbing a blending brush. I just kept using the same brush. Darken some of that down back here. Again, that's just chucking around some asphaltum here. Let's get our asphaltum out there. Now, actually, Grant Oracle, do we have more swim meet stuff this weekend? I do believe there is. I'm pretty sure there is swim meet of some form or the other. Either ones that you got a referee or take the kids to. Now, that's a little bit of Van Dyke Brown, and that is that's the Williamsburg Van Dyke Brown, by the way. Now again, here, that's a little different way of doing this. We're going to take a separate brush to just kind of yank that, do that. So again, all this stuff down here, we're going to wait till we get all this stuff up here. Yes, indeed. Let me just get the gray out of here. So where are we at here? So this is, last night. And actually, a lot of the colors that we're using on the shirt are some of the same colors that we used on the sails. Because you can see some of that violet there. Now in here, I got to do a little something with all of this edge there. That's way too ragged. Trying to clean that up. Now, of course, that's going to be one of the things about the Eldritch Foundry stuff, is that it's not going to be like, say, an arch-villain figure or something like that. It's going to be more stylized. Shapes are going to be heavier and thicker. It's a very powerful tool, but obviously it's going to have its limitations. Yeah, just like any tool is going to have limitations. And you just try to work with within those as best as you can. I mean, even some of my favorite tools, doesn't matter, they're not necessarily even painting tools. So let's say, oh, the texture rollers. Those have limitations. There's certain things that I really wish I could do with them, but you just can't do with them. Well, Camda, especially if you turn on like some of the other raids, like the Walrus people or something like that, you could have Walrus Eowyn. You could have, Draconic Alien. You could, or Eowyn. You could have a Kobold Eowyn. I mean, you could go that direction too. Now again, we're just gonna plop that on there. We're gonna grab ourselves something to. We'll use something like this because that's a really soft brush there. And again, what we're talking about is Eldritch Foundry, and that again is what I used to create the new Wapelius Spellbrush figure. I'm in the middle of filming actually a video on. Well, I already filmed a video on how I sculpted this bust and the Wapelius figures. Next up, I will be doing again the tutorial where I'm actually painting one of these. Well, doing the prep work too, not just the painting part of it. And let's just get a little bit of that gray down into there. Again, taking a blending brush to that. To this side now. Critical thing was, though, I had to let that paint have a chance to set first. Now, the other thing is, this is an FDM printed bust. That means that the paint is going to set quicker. And again, not all of this is alkyd. There are still some regular paints out there. We got the Williamsburg Payne's Gray. We've got the Venetian Red, actually, from Gamlin. So I haven't done that yet, Camda. That's going to be a whole separate video on its own. That'll be a whole separate thing. Let's make that a little. Yeah, definitely gotta make this lighter here. We'll go with lighter up there too. more light here. Trying to keep the eyebrows as delicate as possible. We'll do this here. Because I think we'll try to do that as a miniature. Well, actually, maybe as a few different type of miniatures, because as we know, with sculpting, you are not sculpting one miniature at a time. You're most likely sculpting 2, 3, 10 things all at the same time. Because there will be times in your sculpting process where all you can do is like add one little tiny dot of something, and you're like, well, time to quit. Because if I keep fooling around with this, it's going to be a disaster. Because you will stick your finger into something that you just sculpted. No matter how much you think, oh, I can work around it, nothing's going to happen. Oh, right, Valfera? Something's going to happen. I believe that's called the mustard law, or the law of mustard, Valfera. Oh, that's okay. Let me try this here. Get some of this. Nope, nope, nope. That needs a bit more of the gray in there. Ah, okay. Now we're getting somewhere. We're also going to try and do a little bit of sculpting with paint here, Valfera. That's something I used to do all the time when I was in the very early days of sculpting, especially. I think that somehow we have to involve the University of Mustard in our APCC, don't we, Valfera? Or Mustard University? I don't know. Somehow we got to do that. It's an agricultural institute. There you go. Or either that, or it's a cuisine art school there, Valfera. It's the only cuisine art school in the APCC. And whatever team they play against, Valfera, they have sudden injuries. Yes, any team they play, like half the team gets injured. Against the University of Mustard. Yeah, they're dropping like flies. Come on. There we go. So yeah, we're what, 1 hour 13 minutes in, and remember we want to do the a wood texture there. Well, we got this thing to do too, but then we want to have the Rohan horses and all that kind of stuff on the base. But none of that happens until we are either entirely good to roll on everything up here, or almost entirely good to roll on everything up here. Now we'll change. There's my thinner here. Oh, I think they're all downstairs. Yep, they're all downstairs where I was making the paint. Okay, so we'll have to roll with whatever we got up here container wise. So I'm trying to get me a little bit of the green in here to do a shiftola on the colors just to make that a little more interesting. And again, see, we're letting that do a little bit of mixing right there. Now we're just getting started, Velf, here on the hair too. We're gonna be doing some individual locks there, trying to make some areas lighter. Oh, and Valfera, that game that was not played at Ohio State. That was played in Indiana. That game between Illinois and Indiana. That was played in Bloomington. That was not played in Columbus. I will see, though, if we can create some kind of figures that look like the agents of big acrylic. We just have to figure out what would they look like. I think some of them would be more like assassins. Maybe some of them would be more like Roman soldiers or something like that. I mean, yeah, if it's going to be big acrylic, they have to be fearsome. So yeah, we might have Roman soldiers, and we'll hopefully have be able to have just blank shields for them, for the tower shields, instead of something that already has a symbol on it. So geez, Valfair, what was it? All four of you guys came in, and there was no autocorrect monsters. And Valfera, I don't know. Did you hear about the Aussie rules? The 50-meter monster. Yeah, if a guy's going to kick a goal and he screws up, he misses the kick. That's because of the autocorrect monster version. Well, look at this. I guess the cats are starting to have that same inaccuracy because they've piled up the same amount of behinds their recoil. Yeah, look at that. It is all it's all square at 36 apiece, and we're getting almost to halftime. Looks like this is one of the lower scoring finals here. If it ends up, with at least one side under 40, that's going to be a relatively low scoring final, especially for a windy day or whatever. Wait a minute here. Let me no more thinner, more thinner. There we go. Now we're able to. That's more like it. So see you later, Peace Talker. Thanks for joining there, Peace Talker. Happy Saturday. Happy Saturday, and hopefully we can see you on the next stream. There, we'll be painting those Trench Crusade figs there, Peace Talker, and there will be object source lighting with these sensors or whatever it is that they're carrying. So see you later there, Peace Talker. So yeah, that's got to be just about halftime there. And this is not white, as you can see. There's still some yellow in this. Trying to... No, that's just too thick. We gotta thin it down. And now we get the flow that we needed. So I had to thin it down. That's all it is. And this is where, again, on the palette, that's the primary place where you are going to control the consistency of the paint. And that's going to be real important for getting that to stick. And again, thin over thick and vice versa. And by the way, this is 1 hour and 19 minutes. That is it. 1 hour, 19 minutes. This was just dark brown primer. And remember, we've already been fooling around down on the base as well. Alrighty, we'll get this more again here. That's another right in there. So you can see we're trying to fill in right the hair there to make it look like there's more individual things sculpted. Or see, now Camden, this is something that you could sculpt in with the marble paste, or the modeling paste, I should say, or marble dust. right, and sculpt some extra little bits of hair in there. Nope, nope, nope. Break it down. Break it down here. And there. So you can see how we're again starting to break down these kind of larger chunks here into smaller, smaller, and smaller. And again, we haven't gone with our lightest yellow yet. And we're also going to come back with some darker stuff too. Well, more like a mid-tone. Look at that. So again, that's texture that's not actually there. That's something that we're adding in here with the colors, with the brush. Now we also need to start to lighten up some stuff up there. Let's turn that around. Start doing the same deal over on this side. So there's been such a nautical theme to this week between Armada Mondays and then our painting last night that I almost called this. I was like, oh yeah, let's go over to the port side here. Yeah, that's well, that'll indicate that a bedtime of 10 a.m. So it is halftime, and it is not just tied 36-36. It's 5 majors and 6 minors for both sides. And again, that's taking place at the Melbourne Cricket Grounds, aka the G. Boom. So again, starting to there. Let's add a few more of our strands in there, shall we? Now, Armored Wolf, did you end up having to print out all those extra build plates for basing bits then? In addition to the latest chaos of today? I mean, it is chaos on top of chaos, is it not? It's like the top 10 in college football every week. All right, here. Now we got something a little lighter. And then we'll play with that right here. So we're going to try to have a little chain, a little arc of highlights right about there. Hey there, bench guy. How you doing? We recoil the huckster, right? Recoil, a typical huckster. So bench guy, how you doing? And again, bench guy. Well, it's been. I think you saw this one, right, bench guy? I think you saw this stream on Monday. And again, this was last night's stream right here. And bench guy, you remember me talking about that one painting, right? The sailing ship I did when I was 13. I've been wanting to redo it. This is that one, bench guy, right there. So great to see you there, bench guy. I know it's late for you. I know it's super late. There we go. Well, he's like a Cylon. He can take many forms. But there are also many copies. there. Now we might just a little something lighter there on the. And now let's maybe do the eyes even. A little, almost more of a turquoise here. Let me try this. Trying to sneak some of that in here. Man, there we go. There we go. Now, Rico, I'd be curious to see what you could create in visually for that. Actually, Recoil, you know what? There are some semi-monstrous looking characters in the Eldritch Foundry. Maybe I should give it a shot in Eldritch Foundry there, Rico, and see if I can't maybe. Obviously, he won't quite have the same chompers, I don't think, as our autocorrect monster. But we certainly haven't tried to sculpt any monsters yet, so that might be something in the next lesson there. And again, I did send them a message about adding basing bits. Or more basing bits so that you can, first of all, have a bigger selection, but also add more than just one basing bit. Because right now, that's all you can do is just add the one basing bit. Trying to go a smidge darker up there. Trying to tighten up that edge too. So you can see we got some reflected light on the lower lip now as well. Big acrylic is very, very shady, right? Right, Cam? Not to be trusted at all. I want to take some of this violet here. Try to get a little touch of that over here. Now, blending brush. You maybe? Wait a minute. No problem there, bench guy. It sounds like you're in need of the instant nap time. Remember we used to talk about that, bench guy? The NyQuil mace? And we were just talking about the other day, those little guys, they move really fast. And that's why you need the mace version of the instant nap time so that you can drop them from a distance. Yeah, you can't rely on close quarter attack. You have to get them. You have to be able to get them from far away. Bench guy, it's really great to see you back. Yeah, I'm hoping to be able to do some earlier stream times at some point. Now here we're going to darken this down. We got blending brush. So this is kind of your typical, prototypical blending brush action here, Cam. That's your kind of generalized wet blending there. So good. so it's approved that the NyQuil grenade has approval there. Well, I mean, how are you supposed to get them all calmed down there, like in a heartbeat, right, Camda? So what do? You chuck the NyQuil grenade in there, you close the door, you give it about 10 minutes, maybe 12 minutes tops, you go in there, It should just be a scene of absolute serenity and silence. Where once was chaos, your instant nap time brings tranquility. Maybe that's what the marketing has to change to. Is we just call it the tranquility mace. That's it. Or maybe we drop the word mace. Maybe that has something to do with the hindrance in sales. I don't know. I'm gonna try and get me some lighter action on the hair down here. There. But it's already on the packaging. And that's all the approval we need, right, Camda? 1 out of 1 mums agree. I mean, we have one. Why do we need any more? Let me see if we can darken this again here a little more. Oh, right in there. Okay, trying to create some more individual hairs and such, and then where we need to, we will take another brush. And look at that, some magic blending happens there, because reasons. And let's see, 92 minutes ago, this had no paint on it whatsoever. And our mission now is to get as much solidified here and taken care of on this part, so that we can start wandering down doing some of this stuff here. We want to do that Rohan symbology there on the plinth, I guess you could say. I keep calling it the base, but really it is the plinth. Nope, that might just be too dark. Let me back off of that a little bit and then do this. Boom. Didn't quite go where we needed it. That is not the blending brush you're looking for. Let's try this one. It's just a disciplined reinforcement tool, right, Camda? You know what? That needs to be. I'll just darken you up here with some Van Dyke brown there. Not there. You would almost think we have an eraser, which we kind of do, as we just erased that away. Thank you so much, Armored Wolf, for posting the link to the Patreon page. I'm working on a couple of videos there. There we go. Let's take this. So Camda, I think that the next new video probably I want to finish off the Necron diorama series. That's something I would really like to do on Sunday. But I might film another one of our color theory and oils there, Camda, with our basically our little color comparison things, where we take the not radiant radiance and compare them to actual radiance, all that sort of stuff. I believe we did 2 of the Radiants in the last video. Same up here with some of our darker strands o' hair. Looking to change. Here, let me get some of this. And this is some of our not radiant violet, some of the deep violet there. So it's almost got like a grayishness to it. So yeah, Cam did the first one. Remember, I think we had radiant green and radiant violet. I think in the first one, right, Bench Guy? Thank you so much, Bench Guy. Appreciate that, and have a good night's sleep there. I know it's crazy, right? But that NyQuil stuff, it might just do the trick. So yeah, Camda, that was we tested out. Remember, I was painting those Lannister figures, and we were testing even like cobalt blue was even part of it. Let us welcome in Faye Story. How you doing, Faye? Thank you so much for the raid. Great to see you again. Everybody, please give Faye Story a follow. And of course, Faye, just like always, if you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead and do that. I know you just finished that stream, so you probably don't have pictures of what you were just doing. But if you got, Discord, Insta, work in progress things, you want to share those, that is all good. So look at this here. So great to see you there, Faye. This is one of those Eldritch Foundry things that I sculpted. Here's another one right here. Is this the same? Yeah, that's basically the same version of it right there. This is printed in resin. This is on FDM printer. So yeah, we sculpted these using the Eldritch Foundry, and that's the same stuff I've been using to sculpt, say, the Wapelius figures. There's one of our brand new Wapelius figures, and you can recognize. See the little nameplate right there? All right, Ellie, this is a little miniature, and here we've got ourselves a bust. Nice to see you, Morthos. Welcome in. Now, Monday was a little bit different. That's what we did on Monday. That was our Armada Monday. But it is kind of a nautical theme because last night we painted this. And originally that was a painting that I did when I was a wee lad of 13. And there's the old painting from years and years ago. That was like 16 by 20. This is a little bit smaller. This is only 5 by 7. But needless to say, kind of the same sort of a concept there, except we changed the composition. Instead of vertical, now it is horizontal. So yeah, this was sculpted in Eldritch Foundry, and here we go. That's what we used to sculpt our Wapelius Spellbrush figure, and that is what we used to sculpt this. Now, thanks, Morthos. Now, we've been doing just a wee bit of the 2D art here. Let's just some of the. Well, actually, here's some more of our nautical type stuff right there, and then some sci-fi type stuff. Let's get you straightened out there. And then here's some of our. Oops, these are all upside down. No wonder. Okay, that will make more sense if we do this. Yeah. There we go again. Well, look at that, Space Sauron. And then here's some of our spacescapes that we've been doing on stream. Basically, every stream, taking on 4 different spacescapes. No problem there, Faye. No problem there, Faye. I know it can be really exhausting. It's amazing how exhausting it can be, right, Faye? You're basically not moving for hours, but lots of brain stuff going on. So Mortos, hopefully you've been having yourself a fantastic Friday so far, and well, it is happy Saturday morning to everybody. Boy, this is a very long halftime here. Recoil, it's still halftime. I think normally, well, there's probably a halftime show or something going on. So again, we're painting with our traditional oil paints right here, start to finish. All we had was just some dark brown primer on this. That's all. We started with dark brown primer. 1 hour 41 minutes ago. That's it. Everybody also please give Morthos a follow. So Morthos, if you wanted to post any stuff that you did on stream or have been doing on stream, please go ahead. So again, everybody please give Faye's story a follow. Now normally when Faye shows up, we break out this bust right here. Since it literally is called the Faye bust, we usually break this out whenever Faye raids or is visiting us here. Let me lighten up top of you a little bit. Yeah, like that. There. And we'll come back into this with our. We'll throw out some of our actual fast matte white, I think, for doing that. We're going to try to reinforce, again, some of our individual little hairs there. So breaking down what was, big chunks of hair into smaller chunks of hair. Thank you so much, Morthos. So did you fight a Balrog too? She's like, well, what are you talking about? He's like, well, you don't have any arms. He's like, that's kind of how the sculpt is. So wait a minute, you didn't fight a Balrog with a glow stick and a kitchen utensil and lose both arms? He's like, no, did you? He's like, well, that's what people keep telling me. I think maybe they're telling me a lie. What's going to happen on our big Gandalf 6 right here for Morthos? Okay, it's a solid roll of a 3. It's a solid, safe roll. And if you know what in the world is he talking about, this is what we're talking about. He's like, so what you're saying is that I never actually had arms. She's like, yeah, that's kind of how that goes. It's like, you sure? Because I could swear I used to have arms. Wow, yeah, maybe you should really lay off the pipe weed. So thanks again, Morthos. Appreciate that. Yes, we had ourselves a little Gandalf sighting right there. And of course, on the stream tomorrow, Trench Crusade returns, also Object Source Lighting returns, and well, probably definitely some chip-ins, some weathering. That's all gonna return. So everybody, please give Morthos the Demon a follow too, in addition to Faye's story. More of our light here. Again, right along the hair. Traditional oils here, right out of the tube. Williamsburg, Windsor, Newton, Gamlin, Paul Rubens. I don't think we have any of the Richesons. I don't think we have any Richeson out here. So again, everybody please give Faye's story a follow, and thank you so much for the raid, and hope she has a fantastic night's sleep. Again, a little bit of that extra light right over there, and then look at that, separates that. So this is actually just one chunk right here. There's no separate hair, but the way we were able to paint this looks like two separate things of hair. I'm going to try to emphasize. Yep, a little more right there. Geez, I'm starting to wonder if I just need to refresh my AFL page there, Rico, because it still says it's halftime. That's insane. Yeah, let's throw in a couple of later jogs down there. Now let's see what we think big acrylic looks like, and will we be able to sculpt this maybe in... Whoops, that is not what I wanted. Let me try this instead. So, there is a suit, Recoil. Actually, Recoil, there is a suit that you can use for it. And I think you could even have that same hairstyle, Recoil. Now, Recoil, of course, if you wanted to fool around and see what you... I know you don't have quite the same version of EF as I do, but if you sculpt something there, then maybe I can, with the paid version, add the other things that you were thinking of adding. So yeah, Recoil, we can we'll try to create him. Although we gotta actually, Recoil, I hope you don't mind if I animate him in Sky Reels. So anytime something goes wrong on stream, right, we'll just we'll bring him up. Someone can redeem him, just like the autocorrect monster. Hey there, Doji, how you doing? Everybody, please give Doji a little look-see, because Doji's going to post some fabulous oil-painted miniatures. So great to see you there, Doji. Yeah, this is one of the busts that I printed out, that I made in Eldritch Foundry here. So super fun. And again, once we get all this stuff done here, we're going to put wood texture here, and then we're going to create the Rohan. Actually, look at that. It's not dry, but it's had a lot of time to set, which is a good thing, of course, right? It's a good thing. So again, we get a little bit of the green in the dress, blouse, whatever it is. So yeah, Recoil, we'll try to make some kind of fun animation for that. Kind of, like what we've been doing with the like the autocorrect monster in our pyramid. Everybody check out that Instagram that Doji just shared. Camden, if you wanted to share your stuff again, since we're about another let's see, we're about another hour and 15 minutes closer to your stream. I see we're a couple of minutes into the third quarter here, Recoil. Couple minutes in, looks like no. Oh, wait a minute. There's a behind. A minor score for, well, the Kitties against the Kitties. It's a cat fight. It's a cat fight at the G. You know what? I'm going to get me that our fast mat weight out here. As we also say to surface tension painting. How you doing there, surface tension? Surface tension. I'm still looking for those stupid files. Everybody check out that Instagram link that Camda just shared. Yeah, I'm trying to find out where the heck I got those from. I've even been going through, like all of my my mini factory stuff. I haven't seen them. It's bizarre. Oh, it comes with a warning label. Yeah, recoil. I'm telling you that it is. It's kind of like a just it's like a toy that another kid doesn't appreciate, and you're like you have no idea how much fun that toy can really be. I mean, it has been so much fun, right? Recoil. Oh, look at that! There we're getting even lighter here. So yeah, surface tension. Now that I've got the paid version of Suno, uh, basically in GPT, it will create. I mean, literally all of the annotations for it. Every note, it even not just like like do this precise drum beat right here. The background vocalist repeat. His voice fades here. These are instructions that it would take you hours to put in, or you don't even think of in the first place. So putting those two together is incredibly powerful. Trying to lighten up the shoulder here. Because remember, I got to get all this stuff set before we start fooling around like down here doing all this. Because I've already stuck my finger on this several times. Yeah, recoil. It's just think of like on Wednesday, right? I just happened to, ironically enough, this is a person that ran a game that Kathy used to be in back in like the early 2000s when she first came down here and she got all of them to start playing D&D again. And he was trying to, I think it was supposed to be our Saturday stream on the 25th. And I said, look, we're doing the Kathy stream here, but if I had the GPT stuff then, just think of what we could have done with all the RPG stuff. Thank you so much, Surface Tension. Appreciate that. And of course, again, Surface Tension. I don't know if you had a chance to share your stuff there, but everybody, when Surface Tension shares that link in the chat, go check out some super fabulous oil painted miniatures. Oh, and of course, congratulations again there, Surface Tension. Now, I guess Surface Tension, now that that's all settled and stuff, is there some directions as far as research goes that you maybe just didn't want yourself to think about because you said, what if we don't get the research grant or whatever? You didn't allow yourself to think about it. And I was just wondering if there's stuff now where you said, well, since it's 10 years worth, maybe we try this. Everybody check out that link that Surface Tension just shared. Because I can just imagine that now you're thinking, well, okay, if it was only 2 years or 5 years of whatever, maybe we don't take this deep a dive into whatever. Oh, look at this. Look at this. The kitties are leading the kitties. The Lions lead Geelong now by what? Well, by 5 now. Look at that. Drama at the G. Early in the second half. Whoa, come on now. Not too light there. Now there we are. So again, this was printed out in FDM, by the way. Yeah, this is an FDM printed bust here. This is not resin. Actually, Camda, Oh, geez, we're 37% to a level 1 hype train. Holy smokes. Camda, oh, geez, I didn't want to forget what I was going to say there. But even the type of paint, Camda, will dictate how you maybe approach the mixing portion of things, like on the miniature. So Camda, there's a reason why I have Terra Rosa out here instead of the Alkyd version. Was it light red or something like that? Because I've found out, I've done enough of these Camda that I realize that if you have Terra Rosa, you're able to do more blending with the skin. If I have the Alkyd version, it sets up so darn fast, Camda, that it just kind of like gets scraped around. So that's the we were talking about how more and more you paint more and more, you learn more and more. Well, that's what I've been learning, Camda, because we never really had, until very recently, we did not have this vast selection of alkyds to play with and experiment with, right? Ah, that's fantastic. There's surface tension. Well, surface tension. Here's another research project for you to do. Where are they? I think I don't know. Have you seen the video of these? So these are the reclaimed earth colors. Remember, Gamlin basically set up a paint factory at a mine cleanup site, and well, needless to say, they were after iron oxide, which was pretty much everywhere. It's, Terra Rosa is what asks. Well, it does have pigment red 101, so it thinks it is, right? It identifies as Terra Rosa, right, Camda? But that's not the same thing. So it is still Lions by 5. Now we're 10 minutes into the second half. The Kitty fans must be getting a little bit nervous. Other Kitty fans are happy. Doji, let's see. You've what was the other? Oh yeah, it was those the water washable oils. Remember the asphaltum from there? That was freaky stuff. That was not the asphaltum that we know. By a country mile, that's not. Oh yeah, recall I've got a new I think I finally have a Khazad-dûm song that works. Because I must have tried, and with Suno also, I tried at least 20 different iterations. And I got things that if you were to take bits and pieces of all 20, you could maybe Frankenstein something together. But I'll send you the song after the stream. It's 100% what I was looking for from basically from the jump. But that's courtesy of that little teamwork there between GPT and Suno. And now remember, one of the things you can do in Eldritch Foundry is you can literally make them angrier, happier, more pensive. You can have the mouth a little bit open. You can have it wide open, whether yelling at somebody or whatever, or snarling, whatever. There's a ton of controls. Okay, that was not what we wanted right there. Let me move that away. There we go. Surface tension. Oh my gosh, that's what we need. Prussian University. Yes, we need the Prussian University blues. Yes. Somebody just got homework to send me a reminder. The Prussian University blues. And it is the hexaferrocyanide. Are they going to have their own scientific or their own table of elements sign, just like the ferrous oxide university? Doji, yeah. Anytime I squeeze out the Gamlin stuff, it does have a tendency to kind of be a little bit on the oilier side when it comes out of that tube. Oh, look at that! Cats must have kicked the goal because they are up by 1. And again, this kick by every kick, every hand pass brought to you by the Wappleville Sports Network. The most efficient, most militant team in all of the APCC, right? Recoil. And I think their mascot would definitely have to be Frederick, somebody that looks like Frederick the Great. Recoil. Yeah, that would have to be their mascot for sure. Yeah, that's got to be their mascot. And the stadium is it's a parade ground. There you go, Recoil. Their stadium is a parade ground. And it's perfect because it's just a military marching band, right? That's great mimes think alike, right? Recoil. So now you can add a little bit of mid-tone right there, right? So that it's kind of the same thing we've been doing up here on the hair. Same deal there. See you in a bit there, Doji. And of course, Doji, I hope that you had yourself a fabulous bakery run. Yes, fabulous bakery run. Nice to see you there, Arid. Actually, Arid, we've already had a couple of appearances by the autocorrect monster. So, so I have to be on the lookout, right, Arid? Because the autocorrect monster is always targeting you. But we might have finally identified at least big acrylic and what big acrylic looks like. Recoil has been hard at work researching. Now, how did the stream go earlier today there, Arid? And will you still be able to do your usual Saturday stream? And of course, hopefully, you're getting enough done on that so that you can kind of maybe not this stream cycle, but maybe one last stream cycle to get that Gundam finished. Arid, that was just as Armored Wolf. There were many times where I'd say, look, I'm just basically kind of doing like a football player and just like hitting myself in the head there, just to try and clear out the cobwebs, right, Arid? Surface tension. This is the. Let me just maybe see if I can actually get the tube out here for you. It's this stuff right here, this crazy violet blue. Essentially, like a much darker version of. It's almost like Radiant Payne's Gray, Williamsburg style. So yeah, surface tension. That is it's a super helpful color. And normally, like you say, right, we don't get a chance to put that in the hair. I'm gonna put, this is even more of a grayish, look at that. Ooh, look at that surface tension. Doesn't it kind of take this and bring it up there? If, oh, well, you know, surface tension, if a color goes somewhere, what does it do? It's got to go everywhere. Oh, look at that. Look at that little chain of cool colors that rolls right up on the hair. We hardly ever get a chance to do that. So yeah, Era, there were times where I just kind of had to again just kind of clear out the cobwebs. Yeah, surface tension. Well, thank goodness for the radiant colors. They kind of, even if you don't necessarily use them, they just sort of give you an idea. I wonders. I'm real tempted to. All right, let's do a little something something here. We'll take this again. It's a little darker now. Oh, no, that's a little too much. We retreat a bit. And we try this. Well, another lead change. Is that like the fourth lead change this quarter, Recoil? Or in the last, say, 15 minutes? To be more accurate? Alright, yeah, let's roll with that for right now. Let's just roll with that. I need to... Okay, I would prefer not to have to use something quite this... Yeah, let me break this down some more. Ah, that's what we need. Yeah, that's that little thing we even have it on this right here. So see that's that same little thing you see on the corner of the mouth there. And again, that's the what is this again? That's the CA Sculpts bust. Now, what I'm also going to try to do here, do I have it here? Yes, I do. Remember, we're talking about painting in some details. I'm going to actually try to paint in that little bit of a cleft in the chin. They're dropping like flies, Recoil. And keep in mind, there's for everybody not familiar with Aussie rules football, you only bring 22 guys into the ballpark with you. You need 18 of them on the field. And this is since it's not the APCC, right? Recoil. If you got to play with 16 versus 22, well, that's what you're going to do, right? Recoil. And again, everybody please check out that link that Surface Tension posted. Fantastic oil painted miniatures. Now I'm going to try to lighten you up a little bit more now. Get me a little bit more of that Terra Rosa in there as well. Now look where my hand is here on this brush. I only got the 2 fingers on it also. Caress the brush. Do not crush the brush. Something like this here. Little something lighter there, and then it's this 110 right over here. Let me just try to. There we go. little something lighter there. Okay, blending brush. Somewhere. Fine, I'll just use this thing. Oh, geez. Time flies when you're watching footy. It's now we're 2 hours and 10 minutes in. I was going to say we were an hour and a half in, but nope, we're 2 hours, 10 minutes in now. On our fabulous Eldritch Foundry Eowyn bust. Now, there is one thing, surface tension. I was wondering with the Eldritch Foundry stuff, how many polygons are in this, right? Because even, let me... okay. I wasn't sure. Maybe, one of the reasons why this stuff works, as far as, you've been able to sculpt stuff and everything, is because maybe there's a little bit of... how am I trying to say this here? I don't want to say lack of detail, but maybe just not quite as many polygons, but I don't think so. I'm not getting the vibe from all the printed stuff. I think it's the same, or close enough. Oh, there's a goal. There's a goal for it. Actually, geez, there's a goal and a minor. Is that a 7-point lead I'm seeing there for the Lions? Yes, it is. No, I won't break out the blending brush just yet. Now we're gonna wait just a little bit on that blending brush for right now. Bringing a little bit more of my light up there. So down here, wood texture, and then around this is going to be our horsey, some kind of Celtic knotwork horsey type thing that would be, well, very Rohan appropriate, right? I'm going to try to make this a little lighter here if I can. Same over there. And then a little something right there. Might even try to go a touch lighter here on the flip side. Yeah, where the light's passing through the eyes here. Because, yeah, once we start doing all the stuff on the plinth and the base, it's forever hold your peace. Won't be fooling around up there. So now again, we got the light kind of passing through the eyes there now. Let me, this is going to be a little bit of sculpting with paint right here. Yep, did it there. Touch of light there, and then a little touch over here. And even there on our chin, I think we're starting to have a little bit what looks, get like a hint of the cleft chin right there. There is no cleft chin there. We're just painting that on there. Doesn't actually exist. That don't exist. We're adding it after the fact. Where's my crimp zone here? Gonna try and get a couple little light stabs on our lips there. Almost trying to square that off a little bit. Let me go a different route with this. Nah, there we go. Yeah, that's working. Gotta get all this pink stuff out of there. Back to our white again. I still haven't actually used Blender yet, surface tension. More of the white gonna happen here, and also touch right there, and then here too, I think. Yeah, let's go this route with it. Ah, well, geez, that's way lighter now. I mean, that's good. That's something I was wanting there. Touch, and let's do this one now. Well, that's a bit of a lead right now. That's a 4-score game, and well, it's just about quarter number 4. It's starting to have shades of the doggies final from a couple of years ago recoil. Only substitute the cats for the dogs. It's funny, surface tension, because it's a little bit like, well, of course it's covered by the supports here, but that's right there. You can see some of the knotwork. That's a Nerixon. Well, there you go. There's the Nerixon plinth, and that is our button again. That's you can see how much bigger that one is. And now this is the, and this is made larger too. So look at that. That entire bust is the size of this head. That's hilarious. Thanks, Camda. I'm gonna try and sculpt again a couple of different miniature versions of her with again especially the one I don't know if I'll be able to do it, but the one that I tried to sculpt back in like 2003 when Two Towers first came out, and they never actually did a miniature of that particular Eowyn. Nice to see their Ingones. Everybody, please give Ingones a follow, because guess what? Ingones also streams the oil paint. So, Ingones, you know what you got to do? You got to share that link in the chat. Wow, there's yeah, we're just about to start the, well, okay, we got 5 minutes for the fourth quarter to start there. And that is almost a 20-point lead there for your Brisbane Lions. Everybody check out that link to Ingones just posted. And again, everybody please give Ingones a follow. So we made use of the, again, that violet purple. That is, that's definitely one of the faves, along with the sky blue. cammed up from the Paul Rubens for sure. Blending brush here. Remember, I had to wait a little bit. Don't be hasty. So I was gonna try to make that animation maybe for the stream tomorrow, cammed up, where the Hobbit takes the hat, the hasty hat, and puts it. First, he kind of has like a sheepish look on his face, and then he puts the the hat on his head. Basically, what I've got to do is reverse engineer that whole thing. I've got to actually create an image of what he looks like with no hat on his head. Hey there, Lord Dave. So yeah, Lord Dave, well, we got all of this fun stuff down here to do in our next couple of hours, right? So if you wake up, Lord Dave, we might be just focused on this part of the base again in an hour or so. Oof, yeah, Lord Dave, I can't wait to send you these. I think I'm going to send you like 4 different ones there, Lord Dave, because first of all, I think the entertainment part of it would be kind of fun for you. But some of these are pretty darn good, and I'm kind of torn. Now, part of it is, Lord Dave, that you have to think of these as there's going to be miniatures being shown. So they're more like music videos. They're not really just songs. So there's times where people say, oh, I think that one's better, but it doesn't actually work as well for showing off miniatures. Oh, thanks, Lord Dave. And Lord Dave, I might be. You'll have to be my chief consultant, I think. Well, maybe you and Marty, because I would also like to do some songs for the Song of Ice and Fire. I mean, we might have 1 or 2 miniatures, right, Lord Dave? And I might want to do some painting or some showcase videos for them. And you might be able to give me a little bit of a direction to go with. Because with the Lord of the Rings stuff, well, that's pretty easy for me. All right, no, wait. Gee whiz, I almost completely spaced on this right here. 1 second. Now let me kill this here. 1 second. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do that. And then we're going to do this here. Okay. I might also go refresh the medicine again in a wee bit here. Again, probably before we start working on this, we'll go and refresh the medicine. And now this is let's see. This is all alkyds down here. How much green paint do you see on my finger? So that's about 2 hours and 5-ish minutes that this went on here. Now, again, if I really rub at it, there'll be a little bit of green on my, but if this was a Williamsburg phthalo green and regular chromium oxide green, there would be green on. I'd have a green thumb or at least a green finger. We talk about it all the time, right? That the alkyds set up faster. Well, that's not dry, but that is set. It's going to be super easy to put our freehand stuff over the top of that. As in really easy. Wow, look at how much lighter this can be. Big old dirt. Look at where my hand's on this brush. Nowhere near that nasty old metal ferrule. Actually, Lord Dave, that's I think we need to have like a blues song about rolling dice. Either that or some kind of really sad songs about the cubes of misery or something, the cubes of sorrow. There you go. Yes, indeed. Just lamenting one after one after one until it's time for a morale test, in which case you're going to be rolling nothing but boxcars, right, Lord Dave? It's like, yeah, you just got to get under a 9, and you got 3d6 to do it, and you pick the two lowest. Oh, wait, they're all 6s. So we are still awaiting the final turn, fourth quarter at the G, between the Geelong Cats and the Brisbane Lions. Lions had one heck of a third quarter there. Turned a deficit into a size. Actually, I think that might be one of the biggest leads of the game. Now we really see what the lightness did there. Man, look at that. Big old difference. Do we need that? We need to get a little smidge of that right in there. Nope, not thin enough. Yeah, oh, that's right. What was we almost have a new chapter in the Book of Wapol. There's surface tension. Basically referring to the palette as it's really the place where you achieve the right consistency of the paint versus the right color of the paint. Because this is where you're mixing here. But on the palette, that is all about achieving the correct balance of the consistency. You know what? This here's got to get lighter. Not a ton lighter, but definitely lighter. At least to the angle, go a little more. Oops, nope, not that. There. What we got here? What have we? I think that just about does it there. These are genuine Aussie rules football teams, surface tension. But well, we've got the Prussians now, right? Surface tension. We have the Prussians. Yeah, the most industrious, but also the most militaristic students in all of the APCC. The stadium is just a parade ground. Actually, Canada, that's a nice succinct thing. Well, your reward, Canada, is homework. You have to send me that. I'll try to have that graphic ready. Now again, I'll see if I can make that. I think I actually, unfortunately, was using Copilot for that, so we'll have to try to reverse engineer stuff to make some more of our Book of Wapol pages there. But yeah, I think that's a good quick way to put it, right, Camda? And I think that would be an important one for the Book of Wapol. I think that's going to be helpful for folks, wouldn't you say? Maybe take a little bit of the mystery out of that. Let's see. Now, yeah, surface tension. Well, let's see. I mean, well, I guess now we do have. I keep forgetting about the Paul Rubens, that those are sets of basically 50. I mean, I'm not necessarily counting the Alkids that are basically just repeats of their regular counterparts. Like we actually have the Alkid version of the Naples Yellow, but we have the regular version of Terra Rossa, which is actually Venetian Red. Wow, oh geez, it is a bigger lead now. Now the Lions got that 21-point lead. But we are, gee whiz, we're already 6.5 minutes into the fourth quarter. And that is a 4-score game still. That's, and again, we've already had tons of destruction in the upper echelons of college football. Will we have the upset? Well, it's not going to be a major upset. But still, it's well, the odds definitely favored one team, and that team is not winning right now. That team is not ahead on the scoreboard. I'm going to try to get me a little more light on that nostril there. I might start to play with some wood-like textures here. Let me see what happens with this. Not that small. Let me use a different one. Actually, I'm going to get you out of the way entirely here. This one. See you in a bit there, surface tension. Stay safe from the giant death orb, as always. So now, Irid, do you think maybe you'll be able to do the stream tomorrow? Well, later today. We're 2 hours in. Well, actually, you're not 2 hours into today like me, but you get the gist. Actually, I was hoping, Irid, that maybe the stream if you're able to stream tomorrow, then you can kind of use that as a little bit of a, what would you say, a trouble-free zone. Just lock in on the task at hand of the Gundam there, the diorama. Van Dyke Brown. The Welshlandic Space Agency doing their job, protecting the citizens of Welshlandia. Defeating the giant death orb in the sky once again. Where's my... Is this one? Yep, that's got the Van Dyke Brown on it. That's good, Irid. That is good. Because again, I know that the finding the right concentration levels and everything it can be difficult. Doing this here. Come on. Almost like a little knot right there, and then try and get ourselves some woody grains going on there. Not so much the green down here. And just get rid of some of that straight off here. Oh my goodness, wow. What just happened there, Recoil? I looked away. It's almost like it's like the Weeping Angel version of, here you go. It's like, wow, don't blink at the score either. It's like, where'd you come from? Oh, I just kind of flew in. Yeah. I see that you don't have any eyelids either. It's like, yeah, I do. I'm just not using them right now. Wait, you mean you can like choose to not use those? Yeah, Ira, that is definitely it's not nice theater, that's for sure, right? Let me get this going up here. Not like that theater. Not like the theater we just witnessed right there. Now that's one figure I don't think that we can sculpt. I'm pretty sure there's no Christmas cookie sculpting pattern there in Eldritch Foundry. I'm gonna just I know I shouldn't assume, but I'm gonna just take a wild guess. Oh geez, I think this one is over now. I think it is done and dusted there, Recoil. I see basically a 40-point lead, and we are 1/3 at least through that fourth quarter. Something tells me your 2025 footy champs, your premiers, are going to be Brisbane Lions. Well, I mean, this is the Wappleville Sports Network, so we got to report the news before it is news. That's our hot take on it. I know it's a bold stance, right, Recoil? Most analysts wouldn't say, with only 20 minutes left of game time and there's a 40-point lead, you call the game for somebody. That's a bold stance, I know. What we're trying to also do is we're going to try to get let's soften up that, but no, let's just use an entirely different one. This is almost like how we texturize things like cloaks and such. Now you can see how that texture is dimmed a little bit. It's there. It's not gone, but it's not punching you in the face. Look at this. See how that's still there. Those lines are still there, but they're not quite as punchy as they were. They've taken a little bit of a step back. That's courtesy again of the blending brush. And again, the sculpting of this bust was part of the Patreon page that the Armor Wolf just posted that link for. You do that $15 Army Painter level. You will not just get this video, but you will get hundreds and hundreds of other ones for a total of around 2,500 hours of tutorial videos. Essentially every video that's ever been made over the last 12 years. See you in a bit there, Aaron. I think we'll be painting horsies, some Celtic zoomorphs on the base when you are coming back. Yeah, well, now it is a 40-point lead. I do believe you can stick a pin in this one. It's actually closer to that St. Kilda Collingwood final after all. Or no, St. Kilda, was it St. Kilda Geelong? The one that was the drawn final? Oh, why am I spacing on that all? I thought for sure that was Collingwood and St. Kilda, but maybe it was Geelong and St. Kilda. Change the rules of finals footy for sure. I don't know what the heck the tiebreaker is, but it's certainly not. Oh, that was a great game. We'll see you back here next Saturday. Yeah, it doesn't work like that anymore. That needs me a little more thinner into this. Come on, all the way down here. Do I have? Oh, I don't think I have that. It was a plinth that we painted up like wood. I don't think we. Well, I think we have it. I just don't think it's easily available for me here anymore. Can't quite reach it. All right, there we go. So again, that's trying to get some wood grains going in here. Some knots, like like that right there. So I realize this not quite as dramatic as say the face, but I think this is definitely adding a little something something here to the overall bust, and then I can't wait to be doing this stuff here. I think that's going to add even more. All right, I got this going. More of that wood grain texture in here. I mean, just as I was priming this for the stream, maybe less than an hour before the stream, this was just going to be the same black as this edge and that right there. It was not going to be this wood pattern. That was not supposed to be part of it. It just kind of worked that way. I'm going to get rid of some of the excess there. Now, I don't know if Geelong maybe had a whole bunch of injuries or something during the game, but they have decided not to actually play any footy in the fourth quarter. And we'll do this here. A little bit later, we'll continue that up to here. Got ourselves another bit of wood grain over there, another knot. And again, on our Saturday stream, we got a bunch of these Trench Crusade figs that we'll be painting. Bunch of Trench Crusade stuff. Two of them gonna have a whole lot of object source lighting, and I mean a lot of it. And then, of course, we're gonna have plenty of rust and all that kind of stuff. Since, well, Trench Crusade. And that will follow up our fabulous college football Saturday. And boy, if the Saturday is anything like our college football Friday has been, wow, man, it's going to be, as they say, a Donnybrook, a barn burner. It's going to be a ripper, right, Recoil? A cracking day of football. It is now a 47-point lead for Brisbane, and now there's only about 11 or 12 minutes left in the game, so that is, even if they just all of the Brisbane players passed out at once, Geelong would still have to kick 10 goals. Well, no, it's almost 9 goals to come back in this thing. That would be 1 goal a minute. I'm thinking that's unlikely. We'll throw that out. That's another hot take. Another brilliant piece of analysis on the Wampleville Sports Network. I mean, Recoil, this is the stuff that a footy podcast is just made for, right? The fans are clamoring to hear this kind of in-depth analysis. I didn't get enough of the dark up there. Let's get some of that going over there. One more. There we are. And that's, you know what, here. And I'm actually using a light blue. This is just like we were using the violet in the hair for right there. What we're putting in here actually right now is like a grayish blue. All right, there it is. That's the brush I'm looking for. We're almost straight. I mean, it's literally the same color that is up there in the shirt, blouse, whatever. Yeah, and they now go over the century mark and make that margin even bigger. I mean, has Geelong already like left the field there, Recoil? I mean, when the other team has more goals than you have scores combined of majors and minors, that's maybe that's a lack of effort right there. Let's do something that kind of cuts this way a little. We have everything kind of almost going straight there. We need to get these going. Here's another. It's going to have a little jog in it. Let me get this chunk of paint out of there. So see, we're trying to do this. It's going to come down. It's going to have a little jog in it, and then go around, and then come back this way. Yeah, look at I just. I mean, that is fresh oil paint there, but that is the Alkids. Again, had that been the Williamsburg phthalo green and then the regular Winsor Newton chromium oxide, if I do that, I got some paint to clean up my finger. Geez, 1 second there, Valkyrie. Let's do a film noir for you here, Valkyrie, before you check out there. Let's see if we can. There we are. I think we can still see we can still see the violet in the hair. So see that in the right in here. That should all disappear, and we won't even. Yeah. Look at that. That is just. Look at how close all that stuff is in value, Valfira. Look at how close that is in value. Now let's bring back our color, as they say. And it is just amazing the difference that the color makes, right, Valfira? So see you later today there, Valfira. See you later today. I know it has not been the easiest of the last 48 hours or so with the migraines and such. I won't jinx you. But here's hoping that, again, it's a little. You can enjoy a fabulous college football Saturday. Now let's. Now, other side. Other side. Around the knot. Now let's just start going back to some of our here. Some of that white. Oh, that's the other thing. I might try to grab my little dropper bottle there of my thinner, which is again literally in the basement because that's where I was filming the that last video that's up on the Patreon page. Whoops, you don't go there. So it's the other Valfira. So you can see instead of everything being straight lines, you can see how they have these little crazy jogs in them and such. Actually, did Geelong only score 1 point in the second half there? Recoil. Oh no, they scored 7. Yeah, they've been outscored almost what 70-7. Actually, almost 80-7. That's a fantastic second half of footy right there. That is insane. We might be talking like a footy's final record now or something for absolute futility and giving up. I mean, what was the point of the whole season to just sit down and give up like that? Let me get again that hefty amount of light in there. And just trying to, I think this was a good idea doing this wood grain right here. Wait a minute. I mean, there's a big old chunk of paint on that brush. Let's get rid of that. Well, and now we're almost at hour 3, which is good. Almost at hour 3 because our number 4, this whole last section down here, we're going to be working on that. Come on, there we are. That's for sure, Camda. Now, Rico, I know you were mentioning there was injuries, and with the lack of substitutions, I was just wondering if maybe there was just one injury too many, and while you don't necessarily see him laying on the ground, footy is a somewhat physical game where you have to run just a little bit. And like you say, if they can't keep up with that run. So what you're saying is that they out-Luke Beveridged Luke there and made the adjustments? And I just bring it up there, recoil the injury thing, because not so much in college football, but boy, in the NFL, there are massive injuries, like season-ending injuries, like every team. It seems like every game they say, oh, so-and-so, significant player out for the season, and it's only week 4. And there's 17 games, and that's before you get to the playoffs. And that's what amazes me about the AFL, how somehow don't seem to have every game. It's like It's not even, nobody even talks about winning or losing the game. It's like, okay, how many players are out for the season after this game? Yeah, recoil. I mean, you're talking about your average lineman in the NFL weighs probably about 315, 320. They can bench press 5 to 700 pounds. And then you smash them together a bunch of times. Something's going to break, right? Recoil. Oh, and by the way, they can also sometimes run like 15 to 18 miles an hour. Yeah, it's not just the little small guys that run fast. You have guys that are about 6'6" or something like that that can run under a 440. All right, we're just about at that point here. Again, I'm going to go refresh the medicine, maybe get my dropper bottle thinner there, and then we'll get going here on our horsey symbol down there. I think I already got my reference up. Now I actually have to choose. Oh, wait a minute. Now the comeback has begun. Geelong just kicked the goal. So now they're only down by 60 with like the game, what, like 20 seconds left in the game? All right, so what we're going to do here is we'll be right back, but we've got a couple of different designs we have to ponder here. I think I've got one in mind. Again, that's going to go right around this little disc right here. We're going to get to that next. Just enjoy a little bit of Wapilia Spellbrush in the meantime here. back. We gotta throw some more medicine. And we're gonna bring up a reference here of our fabulous shield design. Now let's just kind of sketch this out real quick like here. Gonna use the same stuff we were just using for the wood grain. Now I wonder, should it go this way or should it go this way? I'm gonna have it go that way, I think. Not the two. Yeah, there's not enough space there for the horsey head, so we'll do that over here. And we'll do it like so. So horse head there, horse head there, there. Hey, Grand Oracle. Oh, see you later there, Grand Oracle. Sorry about that. I hope I was able to get you before you headed out for the night. Well, we'll catch you tomorrow there, Grand Oracle, and I'll send you some messages there, some fun stuff that you might enjoy. Again, horses head here, ear, ear. Then it comes down and around this way. We want the mane there. Yep. A little more thinner than we wanted. Oh, thanks, Recoil. Appreciate that. And also appreciate Armored Wolf posting a link to this, because if you want to see how this was painted, right, like at a future date or something like that, you're going to have to go here, because you can't put highlights on Twitch anymore. But I can have that on the YouTubes, and guess what? On the YouTubes, you can have the, there's going to be a nice little description, right? There's going to be a thumbnail for you to look at, and there's also a playlist, which means you'll be able to find that stuff a whole bunch easier. And then we're going to do this, all right, for the mane there, and we'll do the same over here. And look at that, see, it's mixing in with the green there. I did say, did I not, that this is, that green is still wet. May not have looked it a little bit ago, but that was most definitely still wet. And now we got our mane happening here. And then we needed to kind of transform here into some knot work. Hey, there's Sector X. Great to see ya. So Sector X, we now have a fabulous, incredibly powerful combination of the paid version of Suno and GPT doing some incredible musical stuff. So I'll try to get you some of that, Sector X. Now I'm hoping that I can do a similar kind of combo of stuff. It's kind of like what we were talking about months ago, right? Where you use a combination of things to create, say, an STL file or whatever. Where's that? Ah, see that? Did I not say that green is still actually wet and workable? So yeah, the combination of using the GPT to create like the musical annotations and all other kinds of instructions, which I don't gotta do is just pop that into Suno, and magic ensues, and it's really super handy. So now we're starting to turn this into knotwork. See what we're doing here? That is what we're doing. That don't go there. Just had the blending brush fly out of my hand. There we go. And then it becomes a little game of over, under, over, and under, like you do. So great to see you there, Sectrix. Hopefully, things haven't gotten too crazy of late. They're just kind of a regular sort of crazy. What was the? Oh yeah, the line that was my dad or both of them used to use. Where are you going? Going crazy. You want to come along? Didn't quite understand it at the time, being a kid, but I definitely understand it now. Now we're gearing up for a little junction point here at some stage of our over and our under. Going this way. Maybe we'll push these forward a little. Now, you know, I didn't mess too much with the green, because it means that I can erase here. So I'm going to extend you a little bit, push that forward, so that we can push this forward and extend this a little. And now that is starting to work the way we need it to. Now we can start to, we can start to do the rest of our work here. Alrighty. 1 second, I thought I had this killed. Apparently not. Now we do. That is dead and gone now. Yep, Sectrix, sorry that it's been another one of those kind of times there. No, I'm not sure if it's looking, any better now. Let me fill you in. Yeah, let's just fill that in with some of our green like so. Back to our green again. That's some of our chromium oxide green and some of the phthalo green. Working this back in here. Now, just hoping that maybe things get a little bit easier moving forward there for you, Sectrix. Nope, that is way too dark. Make that a little more squared off there too. Okay, there we go. Phthalo little green, some of that. Need to create more of a... Okay, there we go. And then one of these is an over. Also an over there. That is going to be an over. Which one was this one? Also going to be an over. And then that one's going to be an over. Okay, so now we got that. Again, that's important for our zoomorph there. Okay, Kathy was the one that was the expert at the actual Celtic zoomorphs. Mine were more like schmomorphs. They weren't real zoomorphs. They were just kind of like people thought they were, but there was no real actual over and under. Like everywhere there was supposed to be. It looked like there was, but not necessarily. Okay, so I think we're gonna push this a little more this way. Okay. Of course, if we want to age this later on, we could put some dirty down on there. Yeah, we could do that. That's that is definitely a phrase that we use here all the time, Sector X. Mostly in terms of survival. It's a little something that Armored Wolf and I share together. It's survival of the pain threshold. Now, I'm going to keep using this here. And let's just keep working with this. Here, we'll get later in this, but right now this is our fabulous Naples yellow. Thin it down a little more, I guess. Yeah, Rico, there was something weird about the phone yesterday. It's like somehow it lost like all the charge, and I'm thinking that's really weird because I wasn't really doing anything with it. All right, there's a chunk of stuff on here. I'm just gonna have to use the paper towel to get rid of that. Now I think it's finally gone. So again, you can see we're doing the same thing here with the main. Now let's get to our cannot work here. There's part of our over. Which way is that going? That's that way. And there's an over. Swing it around that way. Swing around again. So on. So forth. Like so. Up and over. Bam. Okay, we got that pretty much in line. Now we're going to take our little bit of paint out there. We're going to do some blendy brush stuff here. like you do on that. Okay. Nope, gotta tone you down. Good, we do still have our fast mat white in here. Start breaking that down. Add a little bit of our yellow to it. And then it really gets light, or it goes over the top of this. Ah, that's fantastic. There's surface tension. Now I have to attack it this way. Looks like, yeah, I'm gonna have to attack you that way. This has a decent amount of thinner on it too. To help that flow. Nope, refresh. Okay, now we got ourselves some of our nut work. Not worst, but nut work. Although not worst sounds good right now. They would not be the worst kind of worst. One more. There. You again. Smaller one. And then the horse's eye. There. Horse's nose and schnoz and mouth and all that stuff. Maybe a little more with the eye. I might take this. Let's take our Van Dyke brown. Get rid of all that extra junk. Start doing this. Thin it out some more. Using our fabulous liner brush. So was there, how much barking at cats was there today's surface tension? I do recall a recent stroll there where there was lots of cat barkage. Take you up a little bit further that way. Okay, fine. Alright, we got some kind of fuzz on the end of the brush. Gotta get rid of that, because that will be annoying. not where that's supposed to go, which requires an eraser type brush of some kind, whatever, but we're going to be coming back with our later stuff anyway, so I'm not even going to bother with that for now. Those, they don't often speak the same language, do they, Surface Tension? Dogs don't speak car, and cars usually don't speak dog. Continue or not work this away. Over here, can't use any fabulous liner brush. I'd love to see the reaction to a snowblower or a baby stroller thing. That would be interesting. Or a lawnmower. Well, I don't think there's going to be a lot of snowblowers there. Never mind, scratch that. But lawnmowers, maybe. I'm pretty sure that the ancient Welsh Landians figured out how to have grass seeds, or they created grass seeds that can grow with minimal amounts of snow, or minimal amounts of sun there. Let me get that outline around our horsey there. Now that might be a big acrylic salesman, right? Right, Recoil? Somebody walking around with a big suitcase with the wheels on it and such. Yeah, that could be a big acrylic salesman. No wonder. See, that's that Greyhound is definitely not in cahoots with big acrylic then. Gonna take our dark all the way down there. Yeah, that suitcase probably had all. Who knows? Maybe actually maybe she knew that suitcase had illegal contraband trying to leave the country with cadmium gray shade or something like that. And the dog was able to suss that out. Give me one more. No, gotta refresh that first. And then the rest, we'll turn this back over to our. Wow, that set so quick, even on the palette. I had to refresh that. There we are. I'm going to push that down a little further here. Okay. Now we'll go back to this. Nope, we need more of our yellow. There we go. Now come back with our dark again, and we'll get this line solidified here. go with the dark there. Get our outline underneath that. Do we have, okay, we have our lines everywhere here. No, not there. Let's try this again here. Let me grab you. There we are. And now we'll come back with the darker line again. Where are we at? Here we are. So right this part over here. Got it. Get rid of this. Put this brush over here, and I'm gonna get this brush again. Now let's use some of our asphaltum here. That's just how slick they are, Recoil. They can just make them appear out of nowhere. Well, that's how they impress people, right? They make that stuff just appear out of nowhere. I guess that's why it disappears across your desk so easy when it spills, right, Recoil? So one of the most patriotic greyhounds of all time, making sure that no Welshlandic pigments are smuggled out of the country. There we go. Or was the dog just specially bred that way centuries and centuries ago by the ancient Welshlandians? And again, they advised the Atlanteans. Oh, there, there you go. Actually, now I'm starting to visualize an image of this conversation there. Surface tension of the Welshlandians with the Atlanteans saying, "Look, dudes, don't hang out there. There's a volcano there." See you later, there, Inganes. Inganes, if you want to share your stuff one more time in the chat there before you head out, everybody please give Inganes a follow. Inganes is gonna be streaming the oils again very soon. Let folks know when you're gonna maybe be doing that there, Inganes. And have yourself a fabulous Saturday/Sunday. There you go. But check out that Instagram link that was just shared by Inganes, and then give Inganes a follow. Do the right thing. Again, so now look at it. See, we have even more turn to the knotwork there. Let me go back up here. And then on to the faces here. Getting some of that tan on there. The lighter now. Back to some of the later stuff. Yeah, let's fix this thing. Just like we've been doing everywhere else, we're gonna just start to now refine. We kind of sketch things out. Wasn't quite sure how I want this thing to play out. And that's pretty much over here. Let's super quick, like, just take... Let's do a little something here. Where's that blue-ish? Just put a little bit of a marker there. That's all for right now. That's why you have those self-spilling jars, right, Recoil? The paint appears so that it disappears just as fast as it appears. I'm going to get me... Whoop, wrong thing. That's what I'm looking for. Some more of this here. So we can mix that with this to make that later. Right along there. And we're about 3.5 hours in here, something like that. Yeah, 3.5 hours. Boom. Nope, not that. That's a bit more of our... I think we need more thinner. And that's what it was. We just needed a little more thinner on there. Even more. And we'll probably come back with our even darker lines and such to rework a few things. That main, restore that a little bit. Now we need more of a tan in there. Now I'm glad that was good there. Aaron will get you your autocorrect monster in just a second here. I'm sure you wish there was no need to get the autocorrect monster and show his face to the crowds, right, Aaron? I think that's was that the second or third time? There we go. It's at least the second one, right, Aaron? I'm not sure if it's 3, but it's definitely been twice. Again, that's the autocorrect monster. Fearsome beast that hides in the shadows. And as you can see with there, it messes with your post, right? You're just, all you're trying to do is type a little message there in the chat, very innocent and everything. And then along comes the autocorrect monster to spoil all of the fun. Because that's what the autocorrect monster does. Does not want you to have any kind of fun. And everybody, again, please give Ear to Can't Wave a follow, because Ear's going to be doing the streaming thing later today. Boy, I swear, there was yeah, when all 3 of you came in all at the same time yesterday, I thought for sure that it was just going to be half the stream was just going to be the autocorrect monster, at least all at once there. I'm going to try and clean that up once again, just with one brush stroke like that. Now let's see what we're going to do over here. We're going to take some of this darker stuff. And we're going to start putting this on here. Like you do. wait, not that. Not that. Let's get some of this here, and we'll combo that with our asphaltum. For those. Bring some of that over here. Are you sitting over here? Yep, you're sitting over here. So back to our darkest line here. For a bit more cleanup there. That was not what we wanted. So yes, don't let the autocorrect monster hide in the shadows. Bring the autocorrect monster out to the light of day. Expose him so that all can see him and learn of his dastardly ways. Now, we've been doing all this other stuff that has no green. Let's try to play with the green a little bit here. A little bit more of that chromium oxide green. Chromium. Yeah, a little of that brown in there too. Fill in this a little more. A little more of our lighter green down. Oops. In here. Waiting for that to say. You can see it's got all the shinies on there. Once the shinies die down, then we can get back in there and do some more stuff. Probably some lighter things in there. It's getting a little too dark. Here's we lighten that up just a little. That's going to take away some of the extra Van Dyke Brown lining that we added there. Same thing right over there. Let me see. Yeah, less than 4 hours ago, there was no portrait bust. There was no wood grain. There was no knotwork. There was, well, none of this. There was dark brown primer. Ebony Flesh Primer Steinorez. That's that's all it was. Ebony Flesh Primer. 3 hours, 41 minutes, and 11 seconds ago. Tomorrow night's stream is going to be a little bit, well, Saturday's stream is going to be a little different. We're going to be working on these Trench Crusade figures there. I'll have to look at my mini factory to see where those came from. I have no clue. Now maybe somebody in the chat recognizes them or whatever, but I'll try to look tomorrow before this, well, Saturday, because it is Saturday now. What is it? 3:02 in the morning. Nice to see you there, Ann. Thank you so much, Anske. How you doing? Well, and of course, happy Saturday morning to you. So yeah, it's I was tempted actually almost to work in a little bit of wood greenish type stuff here on our green. I don't think we'll do that because at a certain point, right? I mean, it is supposed to be about the portrait and the face, not so much about just everything down here. So you don't want to go too bonkers with that. And Slacker also Again, if the autocorrect monster messes around with your post and unjustly modifies it, change it in a way that you did not intend, you can expose him again to the light of day. And we're trying to work on a, well, I still haven't had a chance to look up custom plush toys to see if there's any way to have a custom plush toy made of the autocorrect monster. We'll see if we can make something that at least approximates a miniature of him. We'll do that with the Eldritch Foundry. Although, if I knew more about how to do like the meshy thing, we could at least take our photos of him and bring him into meshy and at least get something that was workable, usable, whatever. Do we want to go with the lighter lettering here? No, let's do this. Let's try. Okay, we got some of the asphaltum on there now. Yeah, maybe we'll go with this away here. I'm gonna have to figure that's not too bad for, again, that's not too bad for FDM. Remember, this is not a resin printed bust. This is done, all the entire thing is FDM. So, well, like the Weeping Angel says, right, Camda, you cannot blink. There's no blinking allowed. Speaking of changing the consistency there. Okay, that's more like it. I wonders, let me try this. Now again, that's all real shiny right now anyway. It won't be so shiny in a bit. That's fantastic. And now, what was the genre of the miniature? Now, I wonder, do we have? Well, again, that's more of just a regular base. It's for our Wapelius spell brush there. Very fun, but I don't think I have. Yeah, unfortunately. Was that way over there? Yeah, I can't really reach that one. We do have something that's planked with the miniature. Oh, that's right. We don't have that one anymore. But I'm sure you're having a blast doing that, and I'm sure it's going to look fantastic. No, that is not. That's what I need. There we go. Some of this Indian yellow here. Break that down a bit. A little bit of our terra rosa. Little bit of light there on the top of that. Okay, there we are. And remember this. That's not. That is not sculpted in there. We just had to paint that in there. Get the ear redone. Where's my... Oh, there's my fast matte white. Start breaking that down some more. Some more. Sure, we'll lighten you up a bit right there. if it's more of a fantasy style miniature. Is it large scale, small scale? Boom. There's a little bit of over to our under. Break it down some more. Over the top we go. Same deal here to lighten the over section of our nutwork. And the under looks that much more like the under section. Bam, lighten this up too. Take some of the paint off of there. Nope, refresh that brush. Okay, did the trick. Maybe make that, okay, they're a little bit less. Alright, with the eye. Whoops, wrong one. There we go. Take that line there. That's too rounded, so we're going to change this. Better. Now, gotta go back to our green. Get rid of that. Okay, there we go. I might even do this. I'm tempted to add a little bit of mane there. Now, if we're going to do that, we're going to have to extend our darker line out there. So we'll go back to do this. Camden, I think, I'm trying to think if they have, some of their elements are things like, I know there's a brush. I'm almost sure there's a brush. There's got to be little jars of miniature paint. Now the thing is, you're limited to just one item on the base. So what you'd almost have to do is kind of sculpt the miniature that's painting, and then all of the other extra items. That would probably be something that have to be printed separately from, either Make It Epic Basing or someone else that's got whatever. You wouldn't likely not be able to design something like that with Eldritch Foundry, because again, that candle is the only basing element that I get. This right here, that was actually part of the base. So yeah, you'd have to engineer it so that the hand is open so that it could potentially be holding a miniature. But pretty sure that you won't be able to actually have it holding the miniature sculpted in Eldritch Foundry. I highly doubt that. Just now knowing what I know about it. this down and back around again. Now around these nails, I guess. Let's make those a little darker. So you could sort of have a miniature that looks like it's painting. And then, well, you can print out, whatever that you'd have to maybe in the slicer, size it, with it in the slicer, and then, kind of take it away and do the, whatchamacallit stuff, all the supports and such, so that you can actually print that thing. Taking some of this dirt all the way in there. To something lighter now. On top of these, on top of our little font right there. Lighter. I'm going to get me some more of my Payne's Gray. That's going to go on here. That's some more like it. And I might go back to the, let's give this a rest here. We will maybe fool around up here a little bit, maybe with our wood grain, now that we got this really dark brown happening here. With maybe some of the knots. So what was the final? So well, that was closer than it looked. Yeah, 122.75. That was quite the slaughter right there. That was not a fantastic effort. And more dark on the plinth here for our knots. One right here. Again, having our stuff kind of work its way around, like taking little jogs back and forth here. Darker in there. Here's no, not that over here. Let's go a little bit dark in there. And that away. Also here. Again, having that wood grain kind of jog around, twist around. Like you do tomorrow, probably not going to be a whole lot of freehand tomorrow, but there's going to be, we're going to go back to our object source lighting. This is an object source light channel after all. Well, it's, as Rico says, it's the Omni channel because it's the Cavalry channel. Oh, speaking of which, check this out. We've got a whole passel of these guys here that we're going to try and prep. So, Trench Crusade, Death Corps of Krieg style. Yeah, so we got a bunch of those too. I almost forgot about those guys. Still working with some darker stuff right there. Again, this is going to be the, in the end, that's going to be the blackest black. So you really won't see that much at all. Try and get me some almost separations in the hair down here. Can't, like, that's not a big chunk of stuff, but more like individual strands. Fine, we'll try to darken that a little bit there. Nope, I'm gonna go, where's that? There it is. There's our violet. Yeah, I might even throw a little bit of the Payne's gray in there. A little, okay, no, that's, now we got it broken down. Maybe break it down some more. Same in here. All right. Try it again here. Yeah, so we've got genuine violet and blonde here. But now we'll get here. Let's get some of our asphaltum out here. All right. I'm gonna try to put a little. Let me straighten up that brush a little bit. There, that's better. Gonna try and get me a couple little. That didn't quite go in the direction we wanted. So out comes a blending brush here of some kind. Tones that down just fine. Back to this darker stuff again, especially down in here. Right there. I'm gonna try and squeeze that down in here. Can you see what we're doing? Nice. Rotate this. No, that might be too dark. Let's take a little bit of our Mars yellow. There we go. Just had to add a little bit of the Mars yellow deep in there. I want to see something here with a Warpilius Spellbrush figure. Boy, I have to say there, Camda, adding the alkyds to the Cad Red. I mean, that's 100% dry. I mean, it's not like we painted it yesterday, but still, that's not nothing for that to be that dry, right? Because well, remember our Zygamores? We used the cadmium stuff on them, and they were certainly not that dry, that fast. So that's impressive. So yeah, that was all painted with two different Cad Reds, cadmium red deep and cadmium red light. But for the lighter tones, no, that's not Alkyd Cad Red there, Camda. That was a regular Cad Red with probably, say, the the same Alkyd. Oops, wrong way. Not Mars Yellow Deep. Also a little bit of the Alkyd Naples Yellow. Well, Naples Yellow Hue. I think it actually is. I don't think it's straight up Naples Yellow. I think it's Naples Yellow Hue. Now remember, Camda, we barely dry brushed a little bit on, and then we did the glaze stuff with the perling, crimson, and other colors. So it was we took a very different approach to that cadmium because we knew that could be an issue, right? So we again, that's you were talking about the mixing thing. Well, some of the way that was mixed together was dictated by, well, geez, we don't want this thing to take 14 years to dry. Oh, thanks, JT. How you doing there, JT? Great to see ya. Everybody, please give JT Stark a follow. Nice to see you there, Spotty. Nice to see you there, Jinx. I know that you're probably around. So everybody, please give JT Stark a follow. So JT, this was actually sculpted using Eldritch Foundry, the same Eldritch Foundry that I used to make the new Warpilius Spellbrush figures. Nice to see you there, Crashing Adam. Nice to see you, Jinx. Everybody, please give JT Stark and Jinx Star to follow. So JT, Jinx, if you guys want to share some stuff in chat, please go ahead. So again, that's one of the Warpilius spell brushes that was made with Eldritch Foundry. We're going to retrieve him real quick here, and then there he is. So there's your Warpilius spell brush, again made from Eldritch Foundry. Now again, here is here's a different pose, a resin version. So again, this is sculpted using Eldritch Foundry. And we've been, let's see, 4 hours, 6 minutes we've been painting on this thing. We got wood grain we painted there. We did a little simple freehand Rohan thing there. And again, kind of a portrait bust type of deal. It's very different from our nautical theme from earlier in the week, right here. So that is Bismarck right there. That was our Monday stream. Last night, we were doing some 2D art. So we painted this, again, continuing that nautical theme. Did a little bit of a ship painting right there. So great to see you there, JT. And again, JT and Jinx, you guys want to share some stuff in the chat, please go ahead. Now here we got a whole pile of 2D art stuff here, Jinx, that we've been doing. Now again, these are some more of our nautical paintings right here. And then, let's turn you back around. Oh, both of you guys go this way. So a little Babylon 5, regular spacescape there. Oh, look at that, Space Sauron. And then here's some of our spacescapes, and I do believe, yeah, that's how this goes. So there's a few of these. We've done 28 of these things. Basically, every stream we do 4 of them. And as you can see, the color theme kind of change. Oh, here, let's get you turned around again the right way. There you go. There's another one. So again, we've been doing these pretty much ever since Gen Con. Every Thursday doing 4 paintings. Oh, thanks, Crashing In. Appreciate that. Yeah, Camda, it's so much fun doing all those different color schemes and such. Well, Crashing Adam, well, I wonder, Crashing Adam, if you can have, ooh, somebody print up a ship's bell. Somebody print up well, like an FDM ship's bell or something like that of the ship that he was on, crashing at, or that he commanded. That could be even, or if somebody, if it was a typical Coast Guard cutter there crashing at him, if you can find on My Mini Factory, well, I'm sure you'll be able to find a Coast Guard cutter. I mean, geez, if we're able to do all of our 1/1800 scale ships, there's got to be a Coast Guard cutter somewhere. But yeah, something like that could be real interesting there crashing at him. I mean, either one of those, though, those sound like those sound like they could be pretty solid. There we go. Now, do we have one of our? We don't have one of our BSG ships. So yeah, Camda, I know that AD Creations asked for like a turquoise and an orange spacescape, and like, well, we've been doing those every week for how many weeks now? Well, 7 weeks with our BSG stuff, right? Because that is literally the color of our spacescape every week. That's fantastic, crashing Adam. Now, Adam, does it say what the intended scale is? Because you don't have to necessarily do them at that scale. It's probably not Coco's models. That's where all those historical ships have come from Coco's models. But yeah, crashing in, I'm glad that you could find those. Oh, and crashing in, let me get that ship back. Well, here's another one. So the water here is actually sculpted, and you can see it. We used heavy gloss gel and just made the shape of it, and then painted that. So that water is actually painted in, so that way, the ship can actually be looking like it's moving through some waves, as opposed to just like sitting there, like most model ships there. So yeah, Camda, we might have done that color scheme once or twice or thrice, right? Or also too, that's for our BSG ships too. Now here, just gonna bring in a little bit more of the Van Dyke Brown. Now some of our radiant green gonna come in there. Right, to bring some of this up here. So yeah, same thing here. And again, it's just the heavy gloss gel. It's the same stuff we use for icicles, for flame. You can see a little bit of the wave texture there. Also, you can see some of it here. There you go. You can see some of that texture essentially sculpted on there. And again, that's the same thing that we use to create things like our fire effects. So all that fire that you see on the bases, that was all sculpted with the same exact stuff. We also use it for snow and ice, like we were talking about here. So you can see those icicles hanging off the branches. There's your snow. That's all the heavy gloss gel. And it's definitely a whole lot easier than your prototypical resin pour, because there's no air bubbles to worry about. You don't have to try and contain it or whatever. You just put it on there, and then it can be completely clear. You can tint it if you want, or you can just paint it. Like in the case of our 1/1800 scale ships, we just paint that stuff. So there we go, a little bit of the green now working its way up here. Oh, thanks, Anne. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. And again, Jinx, if I know you're probably about ready to head off to sleep or something like that, but if you wanted to share some stuff in the chat, of course, please go ahead and do that. So great to see you there, Spotty Shark. I hope that your Saturday is off to a fabulous start. Let me get that paint out of there. Blending brush. Now we are working with oil paints, traditional oil paints right out of the tube. A few different brands, things like Gamlin and I picked this one up, Camden. I'm like, that weighs a ton. That's because it's cadmium orange. And then, of course, again, we've got some of our Williamsburg, some Winsor Newton here. We also have Richardson, Paul Rubens. Here's some of our Paul Rubens right there. That's an Alkyd. And then, of course, we got the Winsor Newton Griffin Alkyds here. This, again, this will, I don't know if it'll be necessarily be completely dry by this time tomorrow, but a good portion of this is going to be, well, dry. Now, would you maybe want to put any kind of, say, sealer or matte varnish on there or something? Probably not tomorrow, but with this stuff, maybe the next day after, something like that. And again, traditional oil paint, no zenithal, nothing like that. Just dark brown. Actually, it was this same dark brown primer right here. The exact same thing as this. That's basically what we had color-wise when we started 4 hours, 14 minutes, and 55 seconds ago. Count them, 55 seconds. Give me a little bit of that reddish stuff there, not a radish. I'll use you as a blending brush here. Fabulous, and this is how we avoid the noid of things not or taking too long to dry, because we're not piling on a ton of paint. Minimal amounts of paint. Always less is more. More is way too much. So again, JT, great to see you. Actually, JT, have you been able to stream much lately? Because now of course I've been streaming later and later and later myself. So I wasn't sure if I was just like too late these days to end up seeing you there. Thanks, Camden. I wish unfortunately, I just don't have the miniature anymore. But actually, it's on the Patreon page, I think, Camden. It was either a Patreon video or it was a stream. But we took, it was one of the Loot Studios plinths, and we stuck a miniature on there. And I said, you know what, let's paint the plinth like it's wood texture. Because it actually had some wood texture on it instead of just, well, black. I mean, that's fine in some cases. Like, okay, here. Painting the wood grain texture on that, probably not so fantastic with this FDM printed bus. Because a little bit of a sci-fi thing right there. So probably not on that one. Yeah, I was kind of hoping that there was nothing too untoward or something like that that was keeping you from streaming. Because, well, there's not too many of us old timers left. I know that Teals is still streaming. Obviously, Jinx is still doing it, but I think Drax. I don't know if Drax is ever going to be streaming again. It would be nice. Who knows? Maybe one day. I'm not even sure if Drax is still painting miniatures. I still got to shoot Drax a message. There. Look at that. See, now this thing here, this lacing, that was way too wet the last time I tried to mess around with it. The paint is still wet, but now it's that thing that we call set. So all of this is way easier to do stuff in here now than it was hours ago. Sorry that work has been so crazy there, JT. Well, I'm just glad that you're able to stream again. Let me work in. So now we got another core intro in there. We were taking some of the Terra Rosa from the skin, bringing that down here. We took some of the green from the, brought it up here. We got some of the same violet color here that is in the hair, right? Color goes somewhere, it must go everywhere. JT, sorry that there hasn't been too much time off for you there. Now, boy, that's getting a little bit dark right there. That's borderline too much, but I think we're just there. I'm gonna put a little bit of that down here. That is our Payne's Gray mixed with some stuff there. Fine, we're gonna throw a little bit into that and a little bit over here. Not much, just a little. Now, with the Eldritch Foundry stuff, we've mentioned it several times. There's going to be some things that just don't have the same detail as, say, okay, if it's, what is that? Archvillain, Lost Kingdoms, Navarrete Studios, what's it? Nerixon. It's going to be more stylized than those. That's just something you have to accept. It is what it is. That's fantastic, JT. Now, JT, are there some projects that you're just kind of like kicking back up again, or did you just kind of say, let's clear the table, let's start a new project here, and then maybe get back into some of the older ones? There's something to be said for either way. Now, that's not just darker. That's got some of that violet stuff in there again. What are we doing here? What are we? Yeah, fine. We're gonna throw this in here. We'll do that. Now, since that paint's been on there long enough, I'm gonna even grab a fresh brush for some blending here. So cold milk, everything is fine on this end. Maybe do a little bit of refresh or something like that on the twitches there. Definitely not painting in silence, because otherwise nobody could have heard me over the last. Yeah, cold milk. Sometimes, especially if it's like a phone or something like that, you grab it the wrong way, and all of a sudden, boom! There goes something. So great to see again there, cold milk. Now this again is a case where the whole cleft chin thing here, we're trying to just paint that on there. That is not actually there. We're trying to create the effect that's not actually sculpted on. That's a great, definitely a great plan there, JT. That is so much easier. Just ease on into it, right? No, don't want it to be a stressful thing. Okay, yeah, that's no, not like there. Maybe a smidge over there. So let's see, what are we at? So 4 hours, 22 minutes ago, this was just a whole bunch of primer. There was nothing on here. It was blank Ola. There was nothing there. And there was no Zenithal primer either. It was just that flat ebony flesh primer, the same stuff that you see on this lady. And we're going to be painting 4 of these, well, at least 2 or 3 or 4 of them Tomorrow we'll get back to the object source letting on those sensors. So yes, back to the Trench Crusade tomorrow. We'll have to bring out some of the old Trench Crusade figs that we painted up on stream, like that one sister there. We've also done a whole bunch of. Actually, we did an army painting series on the Patreon page with the Trench Crusade stuff. So cold milk, it was just like we were just saying, it was just flat primer like this. Definitely no, we don't do the airbrush zenithal or any kind of zenithal actually, really. We just, it's all 100% straight up with the oils. The oils themselves make a much better zenithal because, well, it's wet paint, so you're actually mixing. We like to call it an active zenithal instead of a dead zenithal, where you paint it on there and then you just spend the whole rest of the time, well, pretty much covering it up. Or the zenithal is what you're painting, in which case, like some of the stuff we've done here, we're able to mix in with that existing either lighter color, darker color, whatevs. So see you later, JT. Have a good night's sleep. Appreciate the raid there, JT. And cold milk. Here we go. I don't know if you. Geez, I thought you were in here last night. There, cold milk. Oh, might have been the previous stream. But this is what we painted last night. The same oil paints we were using here. A lot of the same. See that violet color down there, and some of the blues, and even this Payne's gray here. That's actually pretty much what makes up the shirt right there. Is a lot of the same things that are in last night's painting there. And if you check out the early phase of that, it was essentially looked like a watercolor. When I first started to paint that, I'm sure a lot of people said, "Wow, when did you start using watercolors?" Well, been using those for a long time. Little did I know that oils are actually the original watercolors, right, Camda? Yes, oils are the original watercolors. They can out watercolor the watercolors because there's no water. Therefore, no watermarks, which means that when you kind of reconstitute stuff and maybe even pull away some of the paint on the surface, you won't get those weird, nasty watermarks. Not with the oils, anyway. So we're bringing a couple of the lighter lights here to try and bring some of these edges forward on the plinth there. Hopefully it's kind of looking like a little carved wooden piece or something there. Or was it lathe? There you go, like a lathed wooden piece there, Camda. Let's see. Well, with old cold milk, that's got to be. Well, you're kind of MacGyvering some stuff there, right? Cold milk. That's kind of how it goes with theater stuff, right? You're just like, okay, well, we need this effect. We need it now. So I'm just going to take this and this and this and see what happens, right? So it sounds like an ingenious way of getting that job done. Oh, yeah. Well, I wonder. No, I don't think I've stuck my hand on those, no. I don't think so. We are maybe going to throw a little something lighter on that. Just because whatevs. Like you do. Now, at some point, we are going to be painting up some of our APCC football teams. We're just trying to work on uniforms and other things for them, color schemes. Once we get that locked down on you'll see on our fabulous college football Saturdays, some of those. Well, first team will be the Swampton Crocs, of course. Uh, yeah, that's well, somebody who has maybe never used it, I would say, thinks, oh, what could possibly go wrong getting it? That's not pie to the face, right? Cold milk. Yeah, shaving cream belongs outside the face, not inside the face. So that would definitely be a little bit of an unpleasant experience for somebody or somebody's. So recoil. What was interesting, GPT wasn't being super cooperative. It kept making all kinds of stupid changes. The usual thing where, oh, it's got that right. Oh, well, now it messed this up. I mean, most of it's going to happen on the fly anyway. But oh, that's right, recoil. I still got to print out. I got to mirror those figures, right? Because we basically have a whole bunch of like right defensive ends, right tackles, right guards. Out we have the outside linebacker for well your weak side, but not the strong side linebacker. So yeah, we had to start printing out mirrored figures. I keep forgetting about that. Now that's the happy medium, right? Cold milk. All right, now we's a getting somewhere here. But our horsies. I just needed. There was so much stuff piling up on those horsies there. We had to let those have a chance to set first. Might even throw a little of this into our cannot work there. Recoil, ooh, gee whiz. Think of how many armies, and I mean like armies, right? Recoil that I printed out. Aside from mirroring ones where you have to mirror them because they're maybe carrying something, right? And there's a crew of 6 or whatever, and there's just 3 sculpts, and you're supposed to mirror them. Other than that, recoil, I think I did it with some basing. Oh, the mushroom basing bits, that's it. Otherwise, I have yet to, like all those Isengard figures there, recoil. Uh, you wanna, you wanna guess how many of those I remembered to mirror, besides none? Which is okay, because I'll still probably have to print out more of those to make the massive Isengard army that we need for the showcase video. Oh, there we go. Now our knotwork really is starting to get that little bit of extra light to it. Now, with cold milk, best of luck getting everything done. Here's hoping that it all works out exactly the way you need it to. Let me get the underside of that map. There we go. I have recoil. It just always, well, I'm in such a hurry to make the build play. That's probably it. Recoil is that, I mean, the time is a ticking on those stupid build plates there. And most of the build plates that I'm making recoil, I'm just printing out one of each miniature or one of each sculpt. So I think that's another reason it just doesn't come to mind. A little bit lighter there too, sure. Same deal on the other side here. do there. You know what? I know that's in shadow, but it still needs to be a teensy touch lighter up there. Yeah, like we only got 2 fingers on the brush. Caress the brush. Don't crush the brush. But my hand nowhere near that metal ferrule. Nowhere near that thing. Little touch light right up there. You hit this too. So if folks recall I think I painted a couple of those sisters. We kind of went with almost like white armor. But that white armor is going to get very dark, right? Because that sensor is going to be casting shadows all over the place. This is the one base that I made because, well, the way the figure was posed, it would have just been all like bent over. These actually were Trench Crusade bases that I printed. I'm not sure if they were part of that thing with the sisters there. Do I want to? Alright, alright. Some of our radiant green and, well, look at this. We just made radiant gray again. Ooh, that's a nice in between. That's just gonna go right in here. This same over here. Just to try and soften up an edge a little more shadow over there. Where are we at here with this radiant gray? Now this over here again, that's another little choppy area. We're gonna do some cleanups on there. And again, this is all going to be the blackest black. And remember, this is not a resin, but this is a resin version right here. But this is printed in FDM. Let me take this painting and put it over there like this. And there's an even larger version of it. Now this, again, we used a Nerixon plint there. And then we're getting this one ready to go. Look, as big as this one is, just imagine how much we'll be able to do with the eyes on this one. Should be able to do lots. And of course, well, we've got the nifty knotwork already in the base. We didn't have to paint it on like we did here. Oh, how's about here? Let me get this brush out of the way. And this one. We're going to do some little cleanups here on the green because I had to wait for that to set. That was actually a little too active. Well, that's too late. Let's tone you down. Might just do it there. Let's see what happens. Yeah, I was just looking at this. It's like, oh yeah, that's right. Let's get back into this green and kind of level things out a little bit more. That's a little bit of the Alkyd Phthalo green, a little bit of the Alkyd Chromium Oxide green, because we love our oxides. Now, I'm pretty sure there is no Pigment Red 101 in our Oxide Green, but we are all Pigment Red 101. But there is Pigment Green 17. So yeah, this is the fabulous Oxide of Chromium. I'm sure you'll find that at the University of Oxide. Yeah, the University of Oxide. I believe weren't they called the Miners? I'm pretty sure. Well, and their stadium is just an open strip mine. I can't wait to see that recoil. I mean, just we have to come up with the well, obviously Pigment Red 101. So it's going to basically be a rust-colored thing, and we'll have a rusty stadium inside a. I think even the field should be rust. Well, either that. Well, we do have oxide of chromium green, so it could still be green. That's what they use. Recoil. They put oxide chromium green to make the field look green, even though it's just metal or it's just dirt or whatever. That's that's what because that's totally healthy and safe, right? Recoil. Yeah. And if you think I'm joking about the whole, coloring the field green, just ask anybody that used to play for the was it the Texas Rangers before they built that new stadium. It was just dirt painted green. There was no grass because it was usually like 100 and some degrees all summer long. And needless to say, the grass died. So they would just take the dirt and paint it green. And that's going to be your University of Oxide miners right there. That's going to be a very fun team song, right, Rico? Oh, and now that I've got the paid version of Suno and that new way of doing it with the GPT, I think we got a better shot at creating that kind of college band type of experience. Going all the way to the edge with that green. There we are. Anything else? Yeah, a little bit more of that here. Ooh, up above the horses with that lighter green. Don't want to take away the ear. Yeah, looks like we got it now. Okay. Tempted to maybe in that zone right there. Let's get rid of this. Where's our violet over here? Whoa, too much of that Terra Rosa. Just a little darker in that area. And that. I wonder. Well, that'll get rid of some of it. Also, trying to alter the shape of the nose with a little bit of the painting, just like we did with the mouth. We did change that shape a little bit with our paint there. Again, we also have been adding the cleft chin, which is technically not actually sculpted on there. Ooh, you know what we never did do? I'm going to try and do that here. Let me get back to this brush. Super dark and some of our Payne's Gray added. So the Mars Black, the Payne's Gray, because we're going to try and get our even a little tiny bit darker with the pupils there, I think. Actually, Recoil, the way it seems like it is obeying what GPT says, if you go into there first and literally just say create a cheerleader routine or chant or something like that, it will put all the annotations that it needs to have, like even how they're supposed to say it. Recoil. I think that's why I tried to include that little bit of text for you there in that link that I sent, or not the link, but the. So the first message I sent with the song also had like all the annotations of the music, like what chord goes with what word and such. But then the next batch of that text showed the again how it's like, okay, when at this point in the word there's like this boom of a drum in the background. It is that specific, Rico. It's scary. Now, I don't know if you remember the movie Amadeus when Mozart is sitting there at that. It's not the harpsichord. I think it is. Yeah, it was a harpsichord, whatever. And he plays the notes like super simple, and he's making fun of it. And then he turns those couple of really simple notes into a like more and more complex, and it becomes basically almost like a symphony. That's the difference. It's going from like okay, basically just a song to all of a sudden like an entire symphony with all this depth, and it's rather shocking. Now, what's rather shocking is that this is almost, that's not quite Van Dyke brown. It's got a little bit of the grayishness in there. We will make that a smidge or lighter now with a little bit of our Mars yellow deep. That's actually going to give it almost like a greenish tinge there. But at this confluence of these couple of different hair shapes, we want to get, again, a little bit of individual hair strands. Might go with the lighter stuff now in here at this point. Let's try it. Let's do that. Because we got this down here, we got this up here, the Naples yellow. No. Let's go with that yellow. That's Indian yellow. Come on. Almost. A little more thinner. A little more. Get that to flow better. In you go. This too. I guess we need more thinner. Wow, that actually was mixing with some of that dark stuff we just put on there. Good thing we refreshed the brush. Sometimes you gotta do that. There. Come on. There. Very, very important. Up here. What are we doing up here? Let's try this. Again, with the lighter stuff here. Hopefully, not going to stick our finger in the horses' heads there. That would be unfortunate. We don't want to do that. Come on. There we are. And there. Oh, yes. Apparently, I think there's actually some kind of like code or whatever, right? Like a discount code or something that they gave me. I keep forgetting. At some point, that'll I'll remember that, and we'll try to get that link on the Patreon page and get that in the chat too. Unless they didn't send me one, I don't know. I'd have to look. There's not exactly a whole lot of companies that we have discount codes with, so it's not exactly the first thing that comes to mind. I'm trying to think there's any. Well, I guess there is for Badger. Don't remember what that is. We tend to mostly just buy our own stuff, right? Recoil. Not a whole lot of free things. Nah, that's got too much yellow in it. Too much yellow. Let's get. There we go. I'm looking to do a little reflected light here on the bottom of the nose. There's always a little bit of reflected light from here bouncing onto the nose. Can't all just be that dark. So yeah, well, I'll see if I can do something like that. Obviously, we would do that for the Crocs first because we know We know what we would want for them. Hmm. Nope, that is not quite light enough. So maybe we'll go a little lighter. Gotta make sure we have at least a little bit of magenta or red or something in there. Yeah, Rico, and well, I guess Rico, I'm really glad now that I've discovered all of those alternate things on Amazon and stuff. As we there, oh look at that, some final highlights on the lips right there. Because it just always makes you wonder, right? Recoil is that really quite as nifty as it's supposed to be, or maybe not as nifty as all that? Going back to my reference real quick. Just let me bring that up. Hmm. Okay, there. That's for sure, right? Recoil. Not sure what that is. I'm gonna go a little later on that edge up there. Let me go back to our. Ah, that's it. Ah, that's the other thing that was missing in here. Same deal over here. We changed the color on that, but not the value. So we need a little bit of a value change there. Make that lighter. So we got all kinds of fun little color changes in the here. Let's you can see there's red. There's almost like a greenish gray in that wood grain. Now we do this. That's all gone. Here, there's you'll see as we bring this back, basically a reddish streak right down the center. Look at that. That just absolutely disappeared. As it's not a big value difference, right? It's a color difference, and even you could even say that that's a little bit of a higher saturation color too. Yes, indeed. Now remember, one of the ways you can kind of get rid of the layer lines on. Now, of course, this is done in the with the zero point zero 0.08 layer height and such, so you're not going to get as many of those layer lines anyway. But you can kind of take away some more. You use the I almost said heavy gloss gel. No, you use the marble dust there, or not marble, the modeling paste, which is marble dust mixed with gesso. You use those together. That is going to fill in those layer lines. And you only need a little tiny bit. You don't need a bunch. Okay, that top of the eyebrow there. I'm looking over here. That's not just kind of a rough area there. We need a little, I think, some shadow. Let me take this. We've got our kind of our violet color over here. A little more of that violet down over here. Where the hair, yeah, there we go. I mean, that's should be casting a shadow of some kind, at least a little something there. And I'm going to take a little bit of dark into here. Like that. And I will go all the way back over here. Whoops. Boy, that. Ow, kids. I went to do something with that, and it's like, what do you mean? I'm just snoozing over here, man. I'm not doing anything more tonight. I'm all done. It's like, whoa, that's right. Ow, kids. Just taking the rest of the night off. Where's my... There's a little bit more of the Tura Rosa. Ah, there we go. Okay, that... some of that was still the original, almost kind of dry brush type stuff that we were doing there. There's still some of that over here. Looky here. Alright, we got another weird little funky edge here. We're going to try and take care of that. And look at this. See, that's basically a dry brush. However, it's the wettest dry brush ever because what is it doing? It is mixing with all the other colors that are there. That is one of the nifty things about the oils is that when you dry brush the oils wet into wet, that dry brush motion is going to actually create a wet blend. That usually not going to be happening too often with the acrylics now, is it? Not too much. For the shoulder up here, not just lighter. It was getting to be too much the same color as the shirt right next to it. This is going to be almost a little bit more of a semi-dry brush there of the lighter skin tone into the mid-tone. Doing some more of that. Here, let's turn it this way. Recoil, that seems about right. I have to say that kind of doesn't, like you're saying, that kind of seems right. That's how stealthy he is, Rico. You don't even notice that he's only got the one hand. That's how sneaky and stealthy he is. Is that what you would call sleight of hand recoil? As in he doesn't have one? But you don't notice? Whoops. Okay. That was a bit muchly there. We're going to take Mr. Blending Brush here. We're just going to tone some of that down. Again, no need to fret, no need to fear. Because somewhere a blending brush is near. Have a good night there, Arid, and again, glad you're going to get a chance to stream tomorrow. Arid, if you want to pull one more time, post your Pinterest link there in the chat. And that way people will know they can go check you out tomorrow during the stream. Yeah, they're just and then you get charged a bunch of money for them, Rico. That's how it goes. That's how you then all of a sudden you get charged a whole bunch of money. So everybody check out that Pinterest link that Eowyn Wife just shared. Give Eowyn Wife a follow because Eowyn's going to be doing some more work on the Gundam diorama, trying to get that thing finished off. So yeah, Rico, that's what it is. He sticks that in your hand, and then the next thing you know, you have to buy like entire 400 color sets of paint. Yeah, that's how he does it. He just sticks it in your hand, and he says, "Oh, that's in your." Now you got to buy 500 more jars of that stuff, or pots, or whatever's. Very, very nefarious and sneaky and underhanded, wouldn't you say, Recoil? So yeah, now kind of doing the, I'm taking some of the Indian yellow. What is Indian yellow? Super translucent color, right? If we dry brush that over the top of this, it's going to tint this like so. So again, we're just, all I'm doing right now is I'm just dry brushing Indian yellow. Look at it, look at that. Ooh, check that out, Camden. Look at that. That paint has set so much. It's almost like I'm doing a glaze, like you would do with a translucent color. However, with the oil, look at this here. Again, that's a super translucent thing. You got to get used to that with the oil paints. I know people, they'll use like acrylic inks or whatever that are more translucent. Well, with the oils, anything that doesn't have white in it is, for the most part, translucent. Unless you're talking oxide. Otherwise, it's all translucent. In some way, shape, or form, some less than others, some way more than others. Here's looking at you, phthalo colors. Let me do this. There we go. So we have just dry brushed a whole bunch of golden color into the hair. Look at that. No fuss, no muss. I'll do some more of this here. So again, this thing is, I just keep forgetting, as big as this one looks compared to this, that bust that I just printed out, the face is bigger than this entire bust is. And yes, that printed out all in one piece. I wasn't sure if it was going to, but it did. Now we switch gears here. We're gonna take our Van Dyke Brown, and this is going to be a little bit of pin line washy thing going on. Doink. There. This is really, I think, how people more traditionally think of glazing with the oils, is this pin line wash, panel line wash sort of thing. I'm going to do that in here. All the way around. Now we got to refresh. Nope, almost there. Let's do a little bit more around the edge there. Okay, good to roll. Okay, so that's that taken care of. Actually, gonna throw a little bit of shadow under there. And a little under there. Good enough. Now, I don't want that to get too dark. Be careful there. I'm gonna reinforce the shadow of this now. Hey there, Draca. Great to see you again. So Draca, I know you saw the Bismarck, but I think you saw this one too, right, Draca? This is what we were painting last night. Again, a lot of the same colors, believe it or not, here, down here, especially in the actually the plinth there, and especially that cloth right there. So great to see you there, Draca. Yeah, but we had some fun doing a little bit of teensy bit of freehand there, right, Draca? Make darker. Little, oops, okay, that was more than I needed of the Van Dyke Brown. Trying to get just a smidge here on the ears. Like that. So great to see you there, Draca. I hope that everything goes well. And happy Saturday to you. Well, it's well into Saturday here. It's 4:25 in the morning here. Oh, look at that. Oh, geez. I didn't even realize we crossed the 5-hour plateau here. I did not realize that. So great to see you there, Draca. And, well, Draca, we're going to be doing some Trench Crusade figs on the Saturday stream. There will be some object source lighting because we can't have like a whole week's of streams, right, Camda, and no object source lighting. No, we can't have that even on a nautical themed stream week. So happy Saturday there, Draca. So yeah, we'll be here we go. We got 2 of these with the sensors there. So yeah, we're gonna be doing some source lighting with that. That should be very fun. Ooh, let me take that a little darker there. No, that's a little too much. Let me back away from that a bit. There we go. Ah, there it is. There it is. And just kind of extending the darks out a little bit further here for our unders in our knotwork here. Ooh, let's get this one. Let's get this one now. Darker, darker, darker. Also darker. Down in there should be Also darker. Yep, let's hit that a little more. So yeah, kind of like what we've been doing over here in the nutwork portion, but now on the horses' faces. Like you do. Can we even have a little hint of some, texture in the mane, which is not really a mane. Gonna make this match our other one here. Again, just a little bit of the dry brushy stuff to make that a bit darker. Okay. Throw some more dark in there. And here too, let's get this cleaned up a bit. And then maybe a bit more of this reddish brown. Not a radish. Up in here on this. Yeah, there we go. Just a little more. Smoothing some things out. No big deal. No big deal. I don't want to do too much more of the dark there. I also don't want those eyebrows getting really any darker at all. Get all that out of the brush here real quick, like. Let me see, not that. More over, yeah, down in here. We're just gonna darken up the ends of these a little bit more. And now let me see if I can create some individual hair textures here. Mix that with, boy, that, and this is probably another reason why that cadmium red dried a little bit sooner than we might otherwise expect cam to, because that I try to mix my weight into this, what's left of the our yellow there, and that's been sitting on the palette for 5 hours 11 minutes. It's like, yeah, I'm starting to tap out too. I think I'm just about to be all set and not quite dry, but definitely set. I'm gonna make you throw some thinner in here to reactivate me. Again, just gonna look at my other reference here. I have my horse reference up there for a freehand design. Now I'm trying to get a little look-see at the colors here. Trying to work in some more light there on the ends of the hair here to try and break this up. Right, to make it look more like strands of hair. There's another, this one little strand over here. Let me see if I can work around that. Snag that one little bit of light. There we go. All right. Good enough. Well, now that it's, I think we're pretty good to go on this stuff here. Again, I can only try to separate that so much by painting in individual strands of hair, which we managed to really do a lot of elsewhere on the hair for sure. Now, nope, that's not going to work there. I think this is about our only choice over here. Yep. Let's go that way. Because now that it's been 5 hours, well over 5 hours now, and it's about 4:30 here, and we need ourselves some chow. This is where we say thanks to Armored Wolf for doing all those moderations. We also say thanks for all the bits and the subs, follows, cheers, and raids, because we had all those things, and we appreciate those things. Yeah, we'll be right back at this. Well, only a matter of hours from now, really. Yeah, just a matter of hours from now, where we start painting some more of our Trench Crusade figures there. And again, this was sculpted using Eldritch Foundry. It's the same. And this, you can see this on the Instagrams, right? All the images of this painted right here. So again, that was done, sculpted with Eldritch Foundry. So again, that's 5 hours, 15 minutes. It was just dark brown primer. Now it's not. It's got freehand. It's got the stuff. It's got wood texture that we painted on, because that doesn't exist. And then nice little portrait bust action there. So thank you so much, Armored Wolf, for doing all of the moderations there. That is appreciated. And again, we're going to get back at this, well, again, not that much, like 15 hours from now, we will be streaming again. So see you later there, Draka. Hopefully we see you on our Saturday stream.